Oh boy, I hope there's not any crazy zany mahjong. Oh my god, is that Armel? ARML Wednesday? What would you do? Mahjong? The craziest, zaniest, wackiest stream of Mahjong on Wednesdays? That's crazy. And Nathaniel's here with me? Oh my goodness, what is happening?
Harrison, you have the best openings in the game. Yep, it
Hey,
is.
someone's got to do it.
It's Wednesday night. It is our regularly scheduled broadcast. Every Wednesday we're going to have one, and we're opening up to a very exciting matchup in A2. Ada, John, Peter, and Steve will be duking it out tonight for at least two Han-chan. It looks like they're scheduled to play two the next day, but this table is going to be wild.
This is going to be a heavy hitter table. John probably being the least experienced one out of these three players, at least for Armel. I know John's been climbing with me into A2. I think matching season for season, or maybe was in B2 when I got up there and then promoted B2, B1. But Steve, obviously super seasoned. Peter's been upper Armel for a while, and Ada, much of the same.
Yeah,
So I'm curious to see if John's going to be able to adapt because I think that's going to be the big thing for everybody who just got here from B1. I think there's a big power level increase once you get to A2.
yeah. I'm trying to think if John has actually had previous seasons in A2 or not. I know Ada has definitely been there. Kind of gone back and forth
Mm-hmm.
between B1 and A2, and now joined A2 with you in the last season. Well, you're both
Mm-hmm.
attempting to climb to A1 this season. That's where Steve just left. Of
Yeah.
course, Steve,
Steve had a bad beat season.
yeah, used
Steve,
used all of his luck in the Richinomi tournament, and so promoted back into A2. It'll be interesting to see how Steve adapts to this meta. We know Peter, as our first dealer, has a fairly standard approach to the game. Ada, it can be extremely aggressive, and
very momentum heavy. Yeah.
exactly, Steve, always very strong player, no matter what situation he's put into. And John also can be a little volatile. I remember one season where he went 11 1 1 11. That's 11 firsts and 11 fourths.
That's an insane record to be evened on top half, bottom half. Also, I want to point out before we even started the dealer's hand, Steve is attempting a 9 plus a pair Kokushi. Make that 10 plus 2 pair now. We're getting down to it. We'll come back in a second to that.
Yeah,
Problem is, Peter has a great opener dealer hard pie. The dream reach pinfu standard, love it type of hand.
that could end up, yeah, it just denies the multiple pairs and is aiming for that Pifu. To the right, we've got Ada with okay shapes, Tanyao type hand with Tudora. So it could open up for, or just fill the Kanchan and maybe find a
Ooh,
Ricci.
buttery.
Has Steve made any progress here? It's a little annoying to see two and now three 9-pins come out when you
Yeah.
desperately need that for your Kokushi.
But hey, I mean, if you draw that 9 pin, especially when people see the 3 1s too, that could be a deadly, deadly combo. That's the thing about
Yeet.
these. I mean, it's just about whether people deal in. Although reach from Peter, going reach Pinfu, hoping for Ipeko pickup on the 6-mon.
Ada will fight with the
Challenged by
Dora,
Ada. Ooh, same thing. Reach Pinfu
but this
has
has
a little bit more value with Tanyao and Adora too.
exactly.
Surprised Ada just kind of shoved Dora against Reach or Epot's dealer. A very, very bold play, but could end up working out quite well. 4 7 pin and 5 pins are Kabe now. No one's going to be able to play fours.
Yeah, Peter, of course, on the 3 6 mon, and on the next hand, we'll be able to update it with the tiles highlighting. Oh, there was the 6. That's
Oh,
the Peko
yep.
Takame. Reach
Is
P for
there an
Peko. No,
Uro?
but 58 still very good. Plus, you get the Reachy
Yeah,
stick from Ada.
you're feeling good. Ada definitely not too thrilled with that, but can come back.
All right, well, we open up into East 1-1 with everyone dropping Haku. Peter, still the dealer Dora in hand. Okay shapes. Would love to pair up the Dora and use it as the head for the hand. To the right.
Yeah, could even make it like a Shabo with 9-mon. That seems like a pretty good end result for the hand.
Yeah, although now the shape's twisting away, decides to just discard that Dora. Hope to draw into Peko in the upper Sozu.
Mm-hmm.
To the right, Ada with a couple Conchan to fill, but could turn that into Pinfu if that does happen. Across the way, Steve opening up on the Shah, aiming to just end this hand with maybe Shah Dora 1. On the left, John Not much more here than a Ricci, and if you can fill up the 1-2 Mon Penchant, you can get a Pinhu as well. Oh, George just discard that. They
Ooh.
do say Kanchan is better than Penchant, and so we'll see the
Of
2-1.
course, because you can always upgrade to the ground man. You always have that floating 7. If you hit the 6-mon draw, then you get a ground man out of it. So Penchant, you don't get that. Penchant is good for like say for Shabo end
And
weights.
of course,
Oh,
as is
or
tradition,
yeah.
as is tradition. I mean, sometimes you keep the 1-2 pin 1-2 Mon there if you believe that you're gonna have a Sanchoku, but there's no door in hand yet for
Hmm.
John. It isn't quite happening just yet, so.
Yeah, it's a bit far. The Sozu shape also might just kind of gravitate away from that one so too. So you're not really banking on that.
And before leaving that decision, one more quick thought is, two pin could have been a consideration as a discard as well, just keeping both blocks, the Penchant and the Kanchan. However, the two pin is
Hmm.
your Dora connector, and it makes a lot of sense to hold that just in case you draw a 3 pin or even the Dora itself.
Hmm.
Give yourself some Dora acceptance. As is, the dealer hasn't made that much progress. So many pairs ending up in this hand. And the three
Yeah, the
four 6 6 7 7 is awkward because
Mhm.
it wants the 5 so a lot.
Yeah, the way that I see this playing out, yeah, and Peter even goes early towards it, is an open Tanyao and just trying to hit some pawns off of it. You think maybe if you can get the 6, you can also hit the 7. Although now we have Chitoy on the table with 4th pair picked up in the hand. Little late to make an attempt on it, but again,
Right.
you can still have plenty of like pawn Tanyao Chi options available here. Steve is surprisingly the closest, the only one in Ishanten, if my eyes do not deceive me.
Yeah, really looking to
Um,
call Poland in this hand, but
Pawn or a Chi on the Dora. Either of those, I'm sure Steve will be happy with. Oh, and Peter makes a really interesting discard there. Doesn't want to cut the 8-pin. Maybe worried about Honitsu
is
from Steve
actually,
across.
yeah.
It's just proven safe. Didn't want to take the Chi either. My only problem with this is time is
Well, now you're
ticking
holding all
down.
the pairs. You're actually
Boom.
Chitoy Shanten because the 8 pin was
Oh,
held.
maybe that was the idea of the play.
But John
We're gonna see.
manages to make use of the 3 mon that was backfired on earlier. Is now Tempai waiting for 7 so for just Tanyao, but there are Tanyao upgrade. Sorry, Toy Toy upgrades.
Yeah, only one draw left, so it'll be a little hard. There is also still a Forso left in play. Does have a chance to draw.
Steve did manage to find the Tempai on the
Boom.
Shabo 5 so 7 so. And we'll find Ryu, Kyoku, Steve, and John picking up 1,500 apiece. Peter and Ada not able to make it to Tempai there at the very end. And that will shift us into Ada's dealership. This high pie is okay because we've got the 5-7 shape that picks up the 6 Dora. Also, if you draw the 8 so instead, maybe you think about 7-8-9 Sanchoku. Perhaps that's the reason we see the 8 mon being held in hand.
I mean, even I think if I draw around the 8-mon, that I might just do a little bit more of a hard commit. Although Ada throws it out. My philosophy is always you need, if you have those like Sanshoku, that Itsu, if you have 6 out of the 9 tiles, then you can go for it. Any less than that, absolutely not worth it. And even sometimes at 6, you might want to back away. But 6 out of 9, you can make a shot at it.
Ada and Ishanten here chooses to just discard the 5 so immediately. Maybe if the 8 so is drawn, there'll be an interesting Suji trap in the future for the Ipego. However, it is even stronger because normally you'd expect someone to hold the Dora acceptance. So perhaps that will bait the 8 so to come out even more easily.
All right, Steve is still beyond Shanten after that, but very wide, has a lot of different tiles that can get him past post. Definitely slowing down from what the rest of the table looks like.
Lychee.
Ada found
Ooh, has
Tempai. Will
8
be just
against the
Shabo.
villain. I mean, 7 so, 9 so, not the worst weight in the world. There's already one 9 so out, which kind of sucks, but
I'm
I
sure.
think really we probably want to see Dora out and create the Suji. That's probably best case scenario, right?
Yeah, I'm sure Ada was strongly considering just throwing the 7 so or the 9 so back and aiming for the pin Itsu.
Mm-hmm.
But as it turns out, the 7 pin would have been drawn and not the 1 pin, so you'd be back into another tempai. The weight wouldn't even be that strong either. Con 8. So, which I guess is that you
Yeah.
set up that Suji trap or the Shabo. As is, we are looking for 3 tiles in the wall, which is pretty decent for a
Yeah,
Shabo
not too
weight.
bad. No one's drawn them yet, but again, everyone's going to be playing every tile pretty near there is the problem. Everybody really wants to accept around that Dora.
Yeah,
Only one I can
dealer.
imagine maybe throwing is Steve, but Steve's fairly defensive, so he might just be out of the hand, even though he is still Ishanten.
I think Ishanten with 2 Dora might be worth a fight. Depends on what his read is for the value of Ada's hand.
Mm-hmm.
And he has some good draws. For example, if he could redraw the 7 pin, maybe he cuts 1 pin, 1 pin. Although it's like 7's not in the wall.
Yeah.
I guess 3 pin, 3 pin is acceptable as well.
It's not too bad. You could also call like a Tanyao open, like try to chi like a 6 from Ada and then call 3P. Genbutsu. That's another option without having to commit to dropping something super dangerous.
So this 3 so doesn't feel that great, and Steve will go with the 1 pins instead.
Yeah, that Dora Suji right there, either the Dora or a Suji tile to it never feels good, especially when all of it's unchecked.
A big question mark to the players trying to defend against this hand is why was that 5 so discarded so early? It's the Dora indicator. And Steve had dropped another one afterwards, so did you really have 5-5-6 shape or a 5-5-4 shape in your hand that early and cut away from it? It's possible, but then it was revealed at the
Mhm.
very Ada's last discard that was in fact not the shape. In the end, it's only Ada who finds Tempai. Players defending well against Dealer Reach, and well,
Oh no.
Ada might be picking up some points in this hand.
Yeah, Anko of the East, loaded gun. I mean, depending on if you can get around the 7-2,
Ooh,
you are in Damamangan range. Someone can get very easily smacked with this type of hand.
it's early enough here that Ada doesn't even want to take the uh, Ishanten here, discarding the 2 so or the 2
Mhm.
pin. Just goes with a penchant cut and greeds for more. And I wonder if you go all the way more with like a Honitsu push.
Home.
It's not terrible. I mean, you do have like Toy outs too with the Hidden East for your Mangan. You do have the Dora acceptance there. I mean, there's a lot of option. It depends on the speed of the rest of the hand too. Now that Steve's opened up to your right playing the Yakuhai, you know that you probably have a little less time than you'd
Mm-hmm.
be comfortable with normally. So you might just want to take max efficiency.
But look at this 2 pin cut holding the Hatsu. That's definitely an indication that Ada's thinking about maximum value here with the Honitsu.
Mm-hmm. Definitely trying to attempt. Daimon Con, or maybe just pausing on the E's trying to bait it out from somebody else. Ooh, and Ada throws 4. Tells other players, look, I cut a shape from my hand. I'm improving still. Take your time. Although we know she just switched it out for a better weight. And now the 3 pin is going to keep.
Okay. This is
Ishan
Ishan
10.
Ten.
Nah, the end weight's not looking the best, but it's not looking the worst. You have some good draws. You have like 7 so is really good.
Oh, this is
You have the E
Tempai.
Peiko there. That's pretty good. You might just slam reach even though you don't have Dora.
Yeah. You
リーチ
really wanted the door here, but Ricci double tone is quite good.
Yeah. Someone gives you your 4, you get that E Peiko, and that's Mangan guaranteed. Don't even have to worry about Nura.
There is 1 4 so left in the wall and 3 of the 1 so 4 tiles total. And
ズモ
Ipatsumo.
Yeah,
All
and
right,
the
classic
Epot
Ada.
Sumo will do it too. Ura
And
for the Hane. Oh,
no, just
okay.
misses. That puts Ada right back into the game. Not just the game, but into the lead. 37,000 points.
Home.
Yeah.
Dealer Mangan will do that. And quick open here for the East 2 continuance. Peter opening up on the pay. That was the last one. So I had to make that decision immediately. Ishanten already for a 1-on hand.
Ooh, has a good toy route. Not too bad. 5-mon gonna struggle to get, but 9 says pretty guaranteed. You pair 3, 6, or 7. Pretty feasible switch up to do.
It's kind of
Also,
interesting.
mhm.
Oh, go ahead and finish that thought.
Oh, I was gonna go on to Steve, but you continue your thought on that.
Well, you know,
I'm
Ada, after
curious.
discarding the pay, immediately dropped the Dora East right afterwards. So felt that, I already got the double East once. I don't need it a second time.
Yeah, I
And
mean, it's a trap in your hand, right? Because it's got high risk, but it's also got high reward. The thing is, with a hand like this, I think you're always going for like a reach pinfu approach, or just even a pinfu. Um, and you're not really going to play the East much, so I'd rather get it out of the way so I limit Peter's value,
つも
especially with dealer Oyakabari. Oh, and if Ada reached, she would have hit Epot Sumo on that. That would have been another huge hand. Just
Yeah.
decides the Dama to try to steal another Homba and works out. And oh my, look at this high pie. What is this?
I don't know. Things are funky. Everything here is funky. No Ricci. Back-to-back Hipatsumos would have been so destructive to the table. But Anko,
Yeah.
couple pairs in this hand. Could be even a Junchan type hand if you pair a couple of 3-pins up.
That's true. You got to cut away from that 3-4, which doesn't feel the best. But I was
You
going to
could.
say if you draw 7-8, you might make an argument, although probably not with 9 so out. Interestingly, though, that's the 4th pair, and I mean, I'm looking around at the rest of the hands. 5-mon is dead, but 1s and 2s are very much alive right now.
Yeah, this
That
feels like
could
it
be a
could be
Sananko.
Saranko. I see we're on the same page here. And looking at the other hands, not too strong for Steve. It's probably one of the better hands here, kind of a classic Ricci Door 2 or Ricci Pinfu Door 2 if you can find the 6. So across the way, John started with so many terminals and honors, and just starting now to make it look like a hand again. But
Formulate a real hand, yeah, but
you need to draw
so
around this
much time
Dora.
lost.
Speaking of Dora, there's Peter with a Dora draw. That's a huge penchant fill and has the ability to call the East for East Dora 1. And we saw in the last hand, Peter not afraid to open up for a relatively cheap hand.
Boom.
Calls it right
Peter
here.
might also try to play double 7-8-9. Nope, I'm just going to play max efficiency, throw that 8, play the Ryanmen and the Penchon.
Yeah, holding this 3-mon.
Eat.
Oh, hold that thought. That was the ideal 6-so draw. And so Steve actually going to find Ricci pin for Dora 2, waiting for 7-pin. Ada just got rid of a 7-pin. Might be saved here.
Yeah, very, very important for Ada. Ada also drawing into 3-sos. There's still one left in the wall. Ooh.
Notably was Chito Ishanten, but gave that up for a standard Ishanten here.
I feel like as dealer, I think I like that a little bit more. Like, I still think the odds are with that shape, you're gonna draw into like a fairly nicer Ishanten or Tenpai that you're more likely to get than just a regular Chitoi.
Yeah, if you draw 1-pin, 2-pin, 5-mon, you get Sananko chance, and if you draw the 3-pin, you have Ipeko, even though the weight's a little awkward. The thing is, you had to push a more dangerous 3-so, as opposed to the Genpa's 2-so to get there, but we're gonna have Tenpai.
I mean, 5-pin's scary,
Reach.
but you might just jam,
This is
and she
Ada. This is
will.
gonna be a jam.
Boom.
And there's still 2-pins left in the wall. 5-mons are dead, buried, not coming out of hands. I can guarantee that much, but
Chi.
I mean, as far as other things go, looks
Don't.
decent. Oh, but John trying to steal some of the hand, pushes for Tenpai, deals into Steve. No Ura, but a Mongon will be taken. And John is slipping away to start.
Yeah, well, I mean, John hadn't really gotten punished by anything at the start of the game. It was just that big Ada
Yeah.
Tsumo. This is the first real hit, so a test for John, but plenty of time to overcome that. Steve,
That's true.
with the Mongon hit, now comes closer to chasing Ada down. And this high pie says, could be a Ricci, there's a door in hand.
Boom.
It's not the worst, but very, very slow. And especially if Ada's going to open up on the Yakuai really quick and with a gaze at her hand, she's got a good call and go on.
That could end up even
Especially
being
depending on what
Shanta.
Peter drops. Yeah.
Of course, if it's Chanta, then you're not using the Dora 6-pin. Steve had drawn a couple pairs, but chooses to discard the Shah, and I think this is a good move. You can turn towards Tanyao, or just have a better chance at a classic Ricci, especially because the Shah was twice cut already.
Yeah.
To the right, look at that hand.
Ooh. Spicy San Menchan and Totsu chances. Not quite there, almost though.
Yeah, Ishanten with amazing shapes. This is one of the widest Ishantens that you can see in a game. All 3 suits have tiles that you can draw. Multiple tiles you can draw into Tenpai. There's a paired up door for Steve, though.
That's big.
It's not going to be able to...
starting to build the value. Has some pawn calls too now. We have 4 pairs. Steve also on another draw could just decide to take a slow. If I get Chitoi, I'll play it. If not, I can back off at any time I feel pressure.
Speaking of Chitoi, Toyman now. Chitoi Ishanten. Just Chitoi only, but 5 pairs in hand.
Yeah, looking for it. 8 so is going to be completely dead. That's not going to be a good one,
This is
but
open for
2
sure.
peen doesn't look too bad.
7
Yeah,
Which
and
shape do
Steve
you want
takes
to
open.
break? 8 so pair? No, 2 3 3 holds up as many shapes as possible, and that's going to be rewarded once this 8 so leaves Ada's hand.
ポン
And now I guess you just drop double 3, right? Unless there's some danger sense by Steve, but not the case.
Yeah.
John debating
Oh,
on whether he has more
he got
time.
there.
Oh, and rewarded on the San Menchon Ricci.
Oh no. In between the 3-pin pair cuts, and Steve has enough value to push with. He won't push until he finds Tempai, but I imagine if Tempai is found, we will see the 3-pin come out. Or?
Oh, dropped
80-10?
around. What's the read? It's furry 10, but you could drop 4 or 5 so. 5 doesn't look great, but 4
Ooh.
is safe.
This is the play that Steve is known for. Recognizes that the 3-pin is too dangerous to cut, and even though this is Foodie 10, chooses to hold on to it. It feels like a backfire here.
But it's right. Steve's thinking again. Oh, decides to break the 3-mon. Says maybe I can get 4 Genbutsu. Maybe 3-4 is safer.
Difficult decisions here. Pinzu look
Importantly,
terrible.
I think there's still 5 tiles that Ranjan can win from. Looks like 1 6-0, 1 more 9-0 after that one, and 1 more 3. So now we're down to 3. Now down to 2. It was 5 when I started saying that. Everyone started drawing them. And Ada is actually right about in half flush range, which is very, very scary.
Yeah, not a surprise to see Ada turn that hand into half flush. He's 1 tile for Tempai there. There's Tempai for Steve.
Oh, Steve gets it. This is a huge win, just keeping dealership. There are still 3 tiles, but
Needs to pass
I mean,
1 and 7 so safe.
yeah.
Big question. Ada cannot get there. The final draw, and Steve will retain the dealership. Looks at the weight and pats himself on the back, not discarding that 3-pin.
Mm-hmm.
Picks up
Instincts
1500.
as sharp of a knife. Oh, rewarded on this high pie too. Double Yaku high pair. Great shape surrounding. Might even cut the Sozu, and if drawing more strength in the Pinzu, be able to move it to a Honitsu, or might just have like a Toy Toy G Toy play.
Yeah, that's not exactly the draw you were looking for, but I guess you'll take
Yeah.
it.
I mean, hey, if you can get it towards Toy Toy, that's a value out. Even if you get like a San Anko chance, cut one of the pairs, you're feeling pretty good about that.
Yeah, kind of interesting. The first few cuts, we haven't seen any dragons yet. We might see one from Ada, but there's an East in hand, now a tune being retained, and a tune for
Ooh.
Steve. So that's the, for Steve, because that's the Dora.
Yeah, now with the East, might actually pass up first instance of a Dragon Pawn. I think he's thinking it through here. With the East, it's
Gee.
like, if I play a Cheetoy, I think I might be able to get it from somebody else, right? But without that, it might be a little hard, although Steve just decides to open up, take the more guaranteed win of the double Yakuai.
Hatsu twice cut, so much safer than holding this East here. And if you happen to pair the Hatsu up, maybe there's a world where you could ship to Shosagan.
Just, I mean, you drop double Forso, you're there.
Here's a
As long as
Haku,
you're feeling Forso safe.
and Tepai's taken.
But yeah, are gonna take Tenpai
1
over anything else. Ooh, and a reach comes out.
5-8
We are
so.
on 5-8. Not too bad.
Oh,
But a lot in
there's
the
a
wall.
Chun
Ooh.
Sumo. Don't need to wait for Ada to drop it. Just draw it yourself. 13 all.
Steve said thanks for the tip, John. That'll be 1400 on top of that.
And another
Ooh.
awesome high pie for Steve here. Looks very much like a Tanyao at minimum. There's lots of bonuses possible. Pinfu chance. 3-4-5 Sancho chance. There's even Dora acceptance.
Could even go towards a Tanya to build that up.
Yeah.
Just try to drop away from 9-mon, hit like 6, 7, 8.
Quickly on the left, though, Ada has a lot of terminals and honors.
Ada's making an attempt, but I almost like a Honroto angle from that. You already have 3 paired up, right? So, and you have a value Yakuhai.
Yeah, it definitely will at least look like Kokushi or Honitsu at the start. But yeah,
and
not
Ada
even
does
hesitating.
throw it. Yeah, just go straight for the Honroto. You have North, you have 9, so you're assuming both of those are going to be handbreakers for your opponents. You're just hoping to pair up some more of those Yaku eyes. And then you have plenty of safe tiles to fall back on. If something dangerous starts to happen on the board.
There's a door draw that helps at least with a Chanta, maybe not so much on
Mhm.
Roto. To the right, John has the ability to turn this into a Tanya with a couple 3-so draws, and door acceptance is available as well. And across the way, Peter, just a standard reachy hand. Maybe you can draw around this door, hopefully.
Yeah, that's what you're gonna want to do. Probably drop away from
Home.
drop like 1/4 mon and then 2 pin 1-so to play the Dora, something like that.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense there. Players
So
now kind of alerted to what Ada's doing there. There is the question, is this Jinroto?
yeah. Nope. Steve says not on the 9p. You ain't talking Tenpai on that just yet.
Yeah, 1 pin passed, 1-so passed, now the 9 pin is passed. Very unlikely. We'll see if Steve chooses to open up here.
Might have to. It's getting kind of late. Take the Kanchan fill in there, drop 1 mon, then cut from 3/6 for Tenpai.
Given the tiles that Ada has discarded so far, it seems like it's either Atozge on north, or it is actually some type of Chanta play. And if it is a Chanta play, then Steve can expect to see more Tanyao type tiles come out. All right,
We're gonna see a Dama on 3-so 2 from Ranjan.
Oh, 6 pin is not going to deal in here. There's no Yaku for Ada. In fact, Ada cannot win this hand because all the 9 pins are discarded. So really just waiting for a north to come out. But at the very least, holding Tenpai, just in case, nothing ever comes out and goes to Ryukyoku.
Ooh, and Steve's backed up a little bit. Doesn't like that 9 mon. Sees the possibility of a Chanta and not just North Atazuke.
Again, a 6 pin that is not going to deal in here. Oh, there's the 3-so. Oh, that's a punish.
3-so would though.
Wrong.
Yeah, and John's just gonna take that. You have to. You feel kind of bad about that being a 140, but it's a very committal reach. You have so many. You're like so close to Sanonko there.
Yeah, John.
You definitely just Dama and hope you hit a big hit.
Definitely looking for the Sanonko there for sure. And then even if the Sanonko was found, probably wouldn't have taken the Ricci even then and gone for Suanko. But as we are in East 4, John is the dealer. Dora in hand, but a little bit tricky to use that because you've got blocks everywhere else. Could just be a Ricci Pinfu. Or maybe not. Maybe you can drop the south pair. Forget that thought. I was going to say, if you draw around the door, you can drop the south pair and get maybe Tanya Pinfu, but now it's just confirmed in hand. Speaking of confirmed Yaku in hand, there is Steve with the Pei Anko. In addition to the East Palm, could even turn this into a Toy Toy. Of course, there's door acceptance.
Yeah. Steve is going to definitely be trying to chase 2 more Han, if applicable. Don't know if he'll be able to get there, though. Even honestly, like, I might consider Diamond conning the north. It alerts the rest of the table, but I think that Fu might be really important. Might make, like, a 3 Han hand very potent.
Peter drawing into Mon tiles, but actually chooses to drop away the Hatsu pair, even though it's only once cut. What do you make of that move?
That seems like you know what, maybe I want to back off, and if I play this hand, I don't want a 1k Yakuai. I'd rather check for it now, make sure that I don't get burnt by it, and call it a day afterwards. Could also just see that there's once out and be like, you know what, I don't want to hell wait on the green. I got a bunch of other good shape. These are safe. Steve's opened up 2 or 3 times. I'll just play it like that.
All right, Steve, waiting on the Sanzo. It's going to come out from Ada. And that was a really clever wait. The 8-mon you don't expect to come out because it's near the Dora, and you've just called all of the 3 of the 4-so, so the 3-so is so much harder to use. And out it comes for another Mongon. Steve in control in this game. It was also Suji to the 6-so that was earlier cut. A lot of reasons that the Sanzo was a great wait, not just because it was the Sanzo.
Yeah, for all you occultists out there.
Peter, now the dealer, looks to be aiming for an Itsu. in the Imanzu, but there are other
Mm,
routes, especially as dealer, you'll take whatever you can get most likely. To the left,
yeah, it's.
go ahead.
I was gonna say with these hands too, it's like Itsu is so close, but it's almost really awkward to get to just because so many of your other shapes are good and you're already over on shapes right now. You still need the head, so you're looking for your Conchons to provide that, but like you still have 2 Conchons and a round men, and Itsu has to take up 3 of your melds. So while you want it, it almost just feels like you're gonna aim more for a closed Pinfu in priority.
Yeah, Ada to the right has the south paired up. That would be double south if it is found as an Onko. However, just great shapes for Pinfu. Do you just drop south south here and say, I'm going to take a Ricci?
I mean, the shapes are really, really good. You might also take South 7 Shabo. I don't hate that. And it is very quick. That's the other advantage to it. Just trying to get Peter off dealership. Right now, you want to try to secure second if you're Ada.
And Ada will
And she
call
does.
the south. Yeah, grab the 3 so that was leaving Peter's hand. And take 2,000 points, moving over 30,000, going into east, south 2.
Yeah, and importantly also builds up that 7K gap between her and Peter. So now a lot more breathing room, and you can eat Oyakabari and still probably be above Peter heading into South 3.
This high pie looks like it has some work to do, but it has decent floaters. So we'll
If you
just play
hit the right
classic.
draws.
Yeah, classic efficiency and see what happens in the next few draws. To the right, Steve, 3 pairs.
Peters
Penchon.
might be able to build towards a Pintu there too.
Let's see.
Not in
John.
love with John's hand.
No, that it looks like it wants to be a Junjon.
It looks like it wants to be a bricker and have John not play this hand, if I'm gonna be honest. Like
There
even June John from that is tough.
there
Oh my
is
god.
it's got all the blocks and it has a Dora Haku. So if you pair that up, Chanta Dora 2 or Dora 3 is quite good. Peter on the
It's
left,
not bad
maybe
at
a
all.
little bit more of a classical hand.
Yeah, that looks pretty standard. Looking at reach maybe Tanyo. Maybe try to play it as a Ryoncon, or if you hit like 4 pin, you can just play your standard reach pin food, drop 6-0.
We'll probably be trying to find a way to make Sanchoku out of that either 3 for 5 or 2 3 4. Although the 2 pin has already left the hand, so maybe 3 for 5 is the way to go.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're not really quicker either way. I think the advantage of the 2-3-4 here is that if you hit 5 so, you still get to play the San Menchon on the Sozu, but it kind of hurts your Pinzu shape to play for Sanshoku after that.
Yeah, the 3 pin got paired up anyway, so we'll just be Ishanten here for Ricci, maybe Tanya.
Mm-hmm.
Ada starting
Oh,
to aggress here. Looks like that 4 pin just has to leave the hand, so maybe we'll see another call. And it's a Tanya play for Ada. Tanya only. Notably, only one of the doors seen, the original one from John's hand, so the rest are buried deep in the wall somewhere.
ooh, now Peter has a con out, which I guess you might just take, not call anything, play Ishanten.
What
Counter for
about
Tenpai.
Dora?
That's a bit tricky. And Peter just lets it rip. Oh, it's scary. I think if I'm Peter there, I might check the white after that. You just gave yourself 2 Dora. That is a huge hand improvement.
Well, we're going to trial it out there. Ricci, Dora 2, and the Haku passes cleanly.
Yep.
Probably
Shove
to
looking
his
for 6-9
surprise.
pin. Says, dang, no one even from the shadows called it? Said, John, Steve, you don't want it? Oh, and John pairs up. Hold
A
on.
turn too late, though. We'll see if John
Hey,
can
that
fight.
means that third or that fourth white that comes out might be super dangerous then. John's definitely going to scrap back and forth. And gets to cut the full Sozu shape. That is huge for the hand.
Yeah, Steve is probably going to play strong defense here, and all the 9 pins now have been drawn. Only 2 6-pin left in the wall for the Sumo.
John just found no, still Ishan 10. Can play double round men. Plays Gambutsu too. Ada kind of working towards Shinitsu, which is actually really scary.
Well, that's just the thing. Ada finds a way to do this. There's the last white dragon. Steve has lots of save tiles. And because Ada is shifting in the direction of Chinitsu or Honitsu, Steve might just hold it, anticipating it might be a Tonki pair. Wait.
Does just that. Doesn't want to deal with it. Wants to leave no gaps to give up points on the board. It looks like John is just going to be trying to find Tempai.
Misses.
And misses. Everybody misses. Peter taking home 3K for that. Not exactly what you want when you have Tanyao chance and besides that Dora 2 reach, but you'll take it. Oh my.
We're going to take a
Sorry, I
look at
got
that hand in a second.
flashbanged by I got flashbanged by that.
All right,
hand. I
well,
was
let's
like,
start right
"Whoa!"
over there. What does Ada have?
The nastiest toy I've ever seen in my life. Oh my god, it has green, Dora West. The only thing about Dora West is that if someone doesn't draw it like right now, I don't think it gets thrown.
Honestly, with some of these hands around the table, I think it will. I just think,
They're
especially Twim
kind of
and Peter.
quick, but again, the longer it takes, the scarier it looks. Steve might actually want to throw one out though. Steve's Yishanten now. Not a great Yishanten unless you hit 7 Mon and then get that Son Menchon, but
Oh, here's the Dora. Out it
oh,
goes.
uh-oh, now we got problems. Steve finds Tempai. It's terrible though. Might even drop back a Shanten. Yeah, it does with the 9 Mon. Really like that play.
There are lots of
Try
draws
to maybe
here.
hit a Dama Pinfu.
Into a better weight. Hatsu's going to be pulled. Oh, this is getting exciting. Now,
Everyone's really scared now.
how do you want to play this, Ada? Okay, plays it normally. I was getting worried there.
Okay.
There's a lot of
I mean,
hesitation.
could decide on throwing Forso. I don't hate that play necessarily, but it's weird. I mean, I guess you have so many points right now. This is already 5 Han, 7 with Honitsu. Toy would be Baimon.
A small punish there for not holding the 9 so, but would only be Tanki Tempai on either 4 or 8. So,
Steve's Damon Pinfu, 3/6 Mon.
there's the
Oh!
Haku.
Ada the green, where'd it go? I was right. That would have been the.
Oh no! That would
That would have been Son Baimon, I think, because that was Toy plus Haku. I think that was 10.
Well, it
Or
needs
no,
to be
no, no,
11.
it was Baimon. Yeah. Okay, so just still would have been Baimon, but that hurts so much.
This is Tempai anyway. Would need to be a Shabo for Toy.
Yeah, I mean it's important. It gets you to the Baimon. That's a big value upgrade.
Steve has been Dama Tempai here for so long, and finally there's been some extra overflow, some Tadashi overflow. So Steve will definitely be recognizing the Tempai here.
God, do you even play one so? 4 so might be safer, honestly.
1 so 4 so
It's
both
half
look terrible.
Suji. Yeah. 1 so's not on the board, and I'm like, nah, it's probably not Shanto with double 9, but Steve,
will deal in.
50-50s and hits the Shabo for Baimon. Oh, and Ada's brought it all back.
Steve,
The Mahjong demons are favoring Ada heavy on her shoulders right now. Oh my goodness.
Steve's still positive going to all last, but definitely not the position you wanted to be. And in this game, looks like Ada's going to take control here, unless John has something to say in this last dealership.
This is not a terrible high pie to do it. This looks like I'm pretty confident I can get a repeat off this high pie. Not going to be a huge value, but again, a repeat is a repeat. If you do it 12 times in a row, then you're probably feeling pretty good. Can always just play for that game plan.
Okay, efficient play from John, aiming for a Ricci, and you're going to say Peter, Pinfu type hand?
Pinfu might even just call like a very forced open Tanyao and just trying to secure a second. Like when John's dealer too, one hand can be explosive and just leave you in the dust. I might just want to take my third here, even though it doesn't feel the best. 4K is not the easiest thing to make up. Gotta do like a sumo too to get to 30.
Yeah, Ricci Simultaneo could do it.
It's true.
Oh, the 6 Mon certainly helps. But 8 across the way also has a shutdown hand. South Anko, 8-pin Anko.
Yeah, very strong. Ada might actually read that a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised. You're very far ahead. You're not feeling threatened for your first spot. You might want to try to milk a little bit more out of this table too.
But
when the game favors you, it favors you.
Yeah, what we've seen in this game, it is nothing if not greedy. And has gotten massively rewarded. Steve on the left has had the East Onko from the start, and a couple Dora now. Curious to see how this hand will develop because there are so many pair shapes here.
Yeah, it's very awkward. I almost feel like Steve just wants an excuse to go full Honitsu here.
Even considering this call, the 3-pin doesn't work. We've just discarded the 2-pin. 7-mon would be ideal here, but that involves drawing 2 7-mon. We can see where they all are.
Home.
And that's pretty committal.
Yeah, that's. I mean, you do also have a Toy out, but that's like 90% of the time Honitsu anyway, so.
Home.
And as you said,
Oh,
Peter
but you
is
fed
opening up.
Peter. 5-8 mon. I mean, 5-8s are going to be tough to get on the board, though. Everyone's playing them. Honestly, best chance is probably getting John to drop that 5 mon.
Oh, but Ada will find the last 5-mon. Drew into Tempai and will steal this game away. Plus 35.0 with a 50,000 point exact finish for Ada. Steve will grab the second place plus 6.4. Peter third, negative 9.7, and John takes the fourth, negative 31.7. That was just a game of explosive hands.
Everyone was firing cannons. Nobody was pulling punches there. Everybody just wanted to just absolutely blow the rest of the table out of the water with the hands. Like, I think the average point value for that was Mongon with the Baimon. Probably, honestly, Hanemon, because I think there were 2 Hanemons in that game too, right? Something like that. There was just so much fighting back and forth.
Yeah, we had that early Ada dealer Mongon, then Steve, a couple Mongon wins, and then Ada the Baimon to cap it off in the end. We will get the standings to update eventually. There they go. Ada on the climb. It's going to be tough to catch Eric, who I believe played yesterday.
Yeah, wow. Eric got 4 force. Yeah, I know Dustin was at that table. Shoot, who else? I don't
Travis, I
remember who.
believe, and
Yes,
Julian.
Travis. Yes, yeah. Travis, Julian, Dustin.
Uh,
Wow, so Eric must have done very well.
yeah, 4 first places. One of them was a big one, plus 45, I think. The other two were other three were very small, like 18, 20, 19. Those are like 33,000 point first places. So, very tense situations. But Eric is known to be very strong at positional play, at doing what it takes to eke things out in tight point situations, and grabs the first places in all 3 other games of that series. So excellent start for Eric, and we see, of course, Bichen at the top of the standings here as well. A lot of A2 has finished their games already, so well done in terms of the scheduling department. We get to look at the big screen here. I believe these stats are from the last season, which is why we don't have numbers for Peter or Eric. They both were on hiatus last season. All right, I'm checking the timing for the next game. Looks like this table will continue to play, and I would love to stay here at this table. It is going to be exciting.
I mean, if first game is any indication, then listen. The crazy, wacky, insane mahjong. I was kind of like trying to spice it up, you know, kind of trying to get everybody energized. It delivered. What were we watching? Ada was like, almost got to Shinitsu by the end of a hand as dealer, and then opened up with like 3 value Yakuhai pair, like with double 8-so next to it. Like the whole game was like that.
Yeah, actually, interesting you bring that up about Ada. I think that's something we should pay attention to. A lot of times, players will say, especially in Akanashi, if you have 2 honor pairs, look for Honitsu. It could be there. For Ada, if you have 1 honor pair, I think we see a hunt for Honitsu, especially if there is an Anko in the Honitsu suit. Just the hands tend to gravitate in that direction by the end of the round, especially if the round goes super long. So we'll be paying attention closely as these positions are pretty similar. Peter will be starting us off. Looks like John is now in the south seat and Steve in the west seat, Ada in the north seat here.
Yep, so I believe that is John and everybody kind of switches up a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
But As far as Hypai is concerned, Peter can be reasonably pleased with this opener. Has Adora, has Tanyao sort of built in. Maybe you can even improve the
Hmm.
value with 5, 6, 7 Sanchoku, or you just pair up the sevens and you just have good shapes everywhere.
Yeah, play it standard. Maybe try to hit like a 5 or a 6 to build on another Dora, but throws the 7 back. Very interesting play. I guess trying to play the Manzu as double suit and really try to maximize Pinfu chance, even though you sack Tanya with that route.
Well, actually, it does make sense to some degree because you have 3 pairs in the hand, and you can treat the Mon block as a 3, 5, 7 Dian Khan and the
Hmm.
7, 8 Diamen. So maybe decide to
Boom.
just throw one of the pairs back and throw the one back that was just drawn across the way. That's a
Boom.
pull and interesting from the
Oh,
south.
hero toy. Let's go, Steve.
Yeah, call.
No cheat toys here.
Just open
Yeah,
up.
I
If people are
mean,
going to drop your tiles, you might as well take them.
has the South, has the one peen. One peen's once cut. Tuso and 3 mon are pretty decent in terms of expecting to get the pawn.
Eat.
You're never getting this Dora almost in any situation, but if the one peen wasn't cut, I'd say that is absolutely
Boom.
100%. But with a one peen already out, now that it's Genbutsu, it might be a little bit easier, but it's still going to be a mission to
Chi.
get to Tenpai.
This is a very pretty template for John Ricci, Tanya, Pinhu, Ipeko. I love it when the pair is connected to the Ipeko, so it looks like a weird chi toy. But 3, 6
Hmm.
is the weight, and there are 3 left in the wall, so not too
Pretty
a terrible
decent.
number. Ada goes ahead and
Also
clears
have
the 5 pin, so that will allow Steve to keep
Boom.
pushing. We're going to see a call to Tempa here, waiting 3 mon 7 so. 3 mon, ooh.
is dead in the hand. 7 so is also dead, so Steve cannot win right now unless there's a drop by another player, which I have a hard time feeling. I think Peter's the only one who would drop, and Peter's not dropping 3 mon. Unless maybe 6 mon was hit. 6 mon might cause Peter to switch up.
Ada reads the 3 so as a dangerous tile and folds out. So it looks like it's going to be pretty difficult for any of these players to win.
I believe there's still 2 tiles, right? If I counted right. Or no, less than, yeah, double 3 so.
Well, there's another 3
Single 3
so.
so.
And one draw to pass. Steve does not draw the 3 so as Haite this time. And it will be Ryukyoku for Dealer, John, and Steve across the way. Each pick up 1,000 points. Ada will pay out, but small penalty compared to what a deal-in would be.
Yeah, you pay 3K, and if John Mongon sumos, you would have paid 2K anyway. So, and John doesn't get like ahead by 8K with this, so you're fine doing that.
All right, Peter running things back. This hand looks pretty odd because it's got a lot of tiles around the terminals, especially in the Sozu. It doesn't have to force something like Junchan or Chanta, but
It might head that way. It's
yeah.
looking pretty good, especially when you have the 6, 7, and the 9, and you're thinking about Sanchoku. Even with some of these shapes, you might just opt to drop 6 mon early, try and do a little bit of like Sotogawa. The only problem is 8 mon's Dora, so I guess you're not really gonna get any help there, even if it is Sotogawa.
Ooh, another 9 mon draw. I mean, you can
You
start with
drop
the
2
2 pin,
peen, and
but
yeah, I guess you just might want to start playing standard to just take any Tenpai, because it also is getting kind of late. You're at the end of the first row.
all right. Well, to the right we have John, who's just
Ooh.
onkoed up the south, and 2 away from Tempai there. Nodora across the way. Steve, very pretty looking hand. Could be Tanyawi Peiko with a Dora in hand, and now we
Boom.
just hold the Nobitan shape, looking very strong, but then draws the 6 pin after the pawn.
Oh.
After the pawn, so wouldn't have drawn it without
Mhm.
the 7 pin discard.
Yeah, and probably just has to recut it. Gonna have to play Nobetan and then 1 4mon.
If it was a Chi instead of a pawn, maybe you consider holding the Furi-10 shape, but
Yeah.
oh, Dora drawn. Now likely that Steve will want to end up on a 5-8 mon. 2-5-8 actually.
Yeah.
If you could draw the
Yeah,
5
you hit
here.
the 5 first. That is 258. That is a very big weight. Although we are gonna see Tenpai for John on 3-pin Genbutsu to the dealer. Problem is, I don't think you really care about Genbutsu to the dealer, but Steve draws into the San Menchan. Now this is a very weird spot. Is going to opt to kill the Ipeco.
Probably the saddest draw for Steve at Tempa here is probably the 1-mon. You have to
Yeah,
discard the Dora.
wait,
Ooh!
you might not even take the 1-mon. Oh, Toy upgrade. That's so big. 2-4 pin.
I was gonna
Great in the
ask
wall still too.
before. I was gonna ask if you ever con the South, but now you just have Saranko chance. So I think the answer is gonna be no.
Sumo.
And there it is.
Speaking of the devil, and that's a huge value upgrade. That's the Mongon John was looking for. Reclaims the reach stick, says, hey, thanks guys for the extra Hamba.
Yep. Nice pickup for John. And this is exactly what the start he was looking for after the previous game. Looking to extend that now in East 2. Hypai says maybe there's a backbone for an Itsu here in the Pinzu. Lone door in hand. The shape's very awkward, but we'll see what he can pull together out of this. To the right, Steve. Ton of So tiles, and this looks like it's 2 away from Tempai here. Oh, Shanten with the South and Dora. Do you open this hand or do you try to aim for a Ricci if the South were to come out right here? Well, just Ricci. Just draw the tile and Ricci.
Just draw those. Just draw those. We say it all the time. It's true. Steve's debating on whether to take the Shabo or the Kanchan. I think it's Shabo.
I think it's just, Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you want to win in the South here.
Oh, yeah. Easy. Yeah, maybe Steve trying to hunt around to think if there was, like, a reach weight that was weird that he didn't expect.
Maybe the 6 Ricci instead of the 3 Ricci incentivizes the 8 to come out.
Yeah, it could be it. Oh, no, the 8 of cheese for Tempai on 5 So 6 Mon, and then Steve unfortunately drops next hand.
Tanya ends
so
it all.
6 1,000.
Kind of a surprise that hand ends up winning because it wasn't a very good Shabo, but when you have a player in Ricci, they can't defend, right? They draw that bad 5 So it's got to come out.
And they're shoving whatever. Effectively 2 chances at Sumo, assuming that Steve doesn't win off the same tiles.
Right. And so Steve will continue to press forward as dealer. Okay. Not amazing. No Dora, but there's Dora acceptance. Penchon, Kanchans. A little bit awkward to deal with. But there's the Dora. That helps massively.
It's very big. And even if you hit like 7 Mon here, you might opt to play floating 6 and get rid of your Penchon. Might even just do it now, honestly.
Yeah, these Yamen draws have been proved, have been huge for Steve. We'll just have to wait for a 7-Mon or a 7 So to fill the hand.
Right, Ada, not too much going on. Playing a much more standard reach Pinfu, looking like potentially has some Sanshoku range from 3 to 6. Probably gonna have to play a 3-4-5 Sanshoku. Not great, but possible. Peter is going to be across. Nothing too much going on. Might have to end Dora or end wait on Penchon waiting on Dora. Not great. John on the left has 5 pairs now. Ishanten, yep. Pretty standard. Probably hoping to hit 3 Mon and then get pick of the week instead of having to wait on it for the last tile.
Yeah, it's not Chitoya until you've dropped at least 2 pairs. So John's got 1 right now. He needs to drop 1 more pair before he can find Tempai. I don't make the rules. That's just the way it goes.
Takes a 3-pin Anko instead. I guess it does have San Anko outs again too. If drawing another pair that's not 5 Mon. Can just cut a 5 Mon for Tempai.
Yeah, this is still Ishanten for Chitoy, but also Ishanten for a normal hand. If you can draw 1 pin, 7 pin, or 7 Mon, or even 6 Mon.
Yeah, 6 Mon would do it too. Much less value, much more sad with that. But...
Oh, here's another Anko, and John sees a path.
Oh, okay. I see you. I see you. There's already 1 1P out, 7P. There's still 1 7P. Uh-oh. How's 7 Mon looking? 7 Mon
one's cut, one's held.
Yeah. So definitely from John's perspective, there is some equity there, but as we could see, not very likely. Steve right now getting a second chance to decide how this hand is going to end. Probably just playing for Ryukoku here, hoping to get a chi somewhere. And surprisingly, Peter, first to make the Tempai, shoves the reach on the 3 Mon, hoping to back other players off. Says maybe I can draw it too, because I haven't seen any out.
Yeah, there's a Suji trap here with the early 6 Mon, or I guess mid-game 6 Mon, but Suji on Dora is
Not on
not
the
to be
Dora.
trusted.
Yeah, very, very bold drop from somebody else on the table if they decided to take it. Although I was going to say if John ended up pushing and then got to Tempai on Suanko, even with a draw or two left, you might have to shove it.
Yeah, if there was Suanko Tenpai, you probably say, it's Suji, it's good enough.
Yeah,
deal
that
in.
might be like, you know what? 32K, maybe like 8K.
As is,
But
Peter will be the only player Tenpai here.
I'm going to be picking up those Ryukokus, getting paid again, catching up a little bit here. Ending Steve's dealership, still staying above third and fourth at the moment.
All in all, outside of
Ada.
that, Mongon from John, this has been a pretty closely contested game.
I mean, yeah, we've had those big, huge hands we were seeing in game one. They just haven't been getting there. They're slightly not past post. It's been a lot more Ryukokus and playing back. Ada in the driver's seat has the Yakuhai Hatsu pair. Also, maybe looking at the 789 Sanshoku range and a Dora pair too. This could get very lethal very quick.
Yeah, it looked like it wanted to be some type of Chanta, except for the fact that you have Dora pair, and that just means you're going Hatsudora 2 or 3.
And again, you had Sanshoku there too, and that's your fourth. That's Mangan. Might even just opt to play standard shape now too, though. Open up for Hatsu and then play a Shabo end with it.
The shapes are too good now for the 789 Sanchoku.
No!
This 3-5 Yamen is just way too
It's
good.
right there.
It's way too
But
good.
the Mangan, it's right there. At least drop a 9 so first, you know what I mean? Keep the 7-9 mon in it.
But you
don't
really
get to
want the
play the
9 so
Shabo.
as a backup pair in case you pull in the Dora.
That's true. You can always just pair up something else. See, you got 4P now. What do we got going on the right? We got a pretty alright hand. Not really much value. Looking for a Dora. Ryanshan 10 at the moment. 2 completed melds. Ooh, John's been going for a Kokushi across. Hasn't been furthering a Kokushi from the looks of it. We only have 2 Tadashis. Not exactly what you want to see in the discard pile when you're going for Kokushi, but...
Yeah, there's no pair there. It's just 3 away from Tenpai, and one of them can be any of the 13 tiles. So it's actually not as far as it may appear, but hang on a second. Before we go to Steve, Ada just drew another Dora.
Hey, you know it'd look really good right now? If you had Sanshoku on the table, it's a double 4, don't care.
Check out this
8,
read.
9.
Steve is Tenpai, would have to drop Dora for it, but check out the read from Ada, dropping the 3 pin, saying, you know what, 2 5 pin doesn't look good. And look at what's being held, 2 2 pins and 2 5 pins. There's actually only 1 2 pin left in the wall for the 3 5 Yamen. That's an awesome read.
I mean, it makes sense. You're seeing a Sumogiri by Steve. You're seeing 2 5s across. Now here's the ugly situation. Now Ada's got to go for Hatsunomi. It does kind of look like a Tanya, though. You might be able to get a fold out. Problem is, there's no Hatsu on the table yet. So John has about 14 other tiles that are getting dropped before this Hatsu.
So Steve found another Tenpai, one that doesn't have Ipeko here. It's just Tanya Dora 1. On the 8. So...
Tenpai is Tenpai, though.
A little hesitation on that north. Can I afford to drop a north here? It does let it pass. There is 1 north left in the wall, I believe.
Ooh, that's interesting. Well, 5P, 7P kind of blows, actually, so... Is that
It's
the
5 6
entire
7,
weight?
right?
Yes. Yeah, you're right. It is 5 6
No.
7.
Oh,
So
but the
just
Hatsu will
7.
come out.
Oh! John misreads. Doesn't draw the winds.
Oh no, that
Drops
was
into Ada.
Shompa, I believe. Feels like there might have been a better tile for safety here.
Yeah, there were a lot of wins and other stuff there. Maybe just panicking in the moment and thinking, oh, I'll just dropping the green for whatever reason.
Well, Ada opens up this high pie after a dealer Bangan and has, I was going to say Honitsu, except the fact that the 5 pin filled a Kanchan, so now it might just be a standard hand here. On the other hand,
I mean, listen, sometimes you gotta let the Mel go. That's now when you get another Yamen, obviously it might be
well,
like,
you have too many.
whoa.
You will have to drop one of these.
Yeah, I mean, probably Forso here is the start. Oh, really? Okay. Maybe Ada making a reach play with that cut. I was thinking you drop Forso and keep double Yakuai open still. It looks like Ada might just want to play close. Nope. She's gonna send it.
Yeah, so it doesn't look to be playing both of the Yakuhai here.
Yeah. I mean, could still draw into 2 or 3 mon as well and still try to make a play on double Yakuhai. Might also just decide, you know what, the honors have been a little bit tight in hands and a little bit scary. So if I play both, I can probably get one. But if I'm aiming to get both, odds are I'm not going to be able to hit. So I'll just angle for that Shabo as being my end weight.
We saw a little. This reminds me of the first game where Ada won a big, Richi Patsumo, Tanador, whatever Mangan, and the next hand had another early Richi with WWYD and decided not to take it and got a Dama win instead. So like one hand greeting for the value and the next hand playing it more conservatively. And I wonder if that's actually part of the game plan.
Could be. Steve also, or John, excuse me, also gets Tenpai and does not drop into Ada. Takes a better weight, very narrowly avoided. We got 2-5 and 1-4 mon, all dangerous on the board.
Lower monsoon.
2 1s in the wall still.
All the 4s gone though.
Yeah, 4s are gone. 5-2 actually looking pretty good. 2 5s, 2 2s.
All those lower
No,
Mansu
1-2
are being held though, locked away in hands, so they're not going to come out very easily. It will be reliant on the ones that are left in the wall.
Mm-hmm. Steve is also fighting Otozuke right now for Tenpai. Has the Norse, a very bold play. Oh, Ada sharp as a knife plays the half Suji to the, or the Suji to the 6 mon, and is waiting on 2 mon now, hoping that it's not going to be used.
Oh, but one might look better.
Dong.
And one looks better and it's Dalton. It's a cheap DLN, but you were really hoping to hit another hand back to back. Like, there it's hard, right? Because the 2 mon looks good, or the 1 mon looks good, but there's also none out, and that always makes me think, there's a reason for this. What's going on? But that might have also been why Ada decided to wait on it, figuring there's more higher chance of the 1 mon being a Tenpai tile than the 2 mon because there are none out.
Yeah, it turns out there was one mon left and 1 2 mon left, so it was the same number of tiles in the wall.
Yeah.
But it will be Peter taking the dealership here, and this is a kind of interesting hype buy. I almost want to force Honitsu out of this. But you're dealer, you don't want to do anything too crazy.
You have options too. Like, you still have a Toy out, even though it's a bit far. I think it kind of depends on how the shape goes. I was gonna say, I don't hate greeting the east a little bit and dropping like 1 so right away. Just because you have double 2-3, so you can play it as double ramen. But Peter just deciding to take the most efficient shape. Be curious to see what happens if you draw like 5p and then get like a 4p after it when you have double 2 so with that.
Right, could shift right back into
that's the
Honitsu. I can't remember if it's Peter or John, but one of these two players, I sort of had the feeling that they don't try to force Honitsu in the early game. They play standard, honor type cuts.
Mm-hmm. Importantly, this could be a Toy shift for Peter too, and it looks like we are going to see kind of a hedge. Has Honitsu and Toy for higher value outs, and can still just draw 5 or 8 and take Tenpai.
Yeah, 6 pin is one of those really interesting draws that can lean you towards the direction of Honitsu. But we're going to see Door come out, and Ada's going to snatch that right up, even though it breaks away the 2-3 shape. That's a Door. That's a Mangan, insta Mangan.
Oh,
you take this
Tenpai?
No.
Take the Tenpai or drop the 2-3. Oh, we're gonna see the Daimon. All of a sudden, 5 mon, little bit more equity on the board. And that last 3-pin 2 might come out. It looks pretty good for him. Ada's sake.
Yeah, it's gonna come out.
Oh! I mean, it's not that expensive. It's Toy Chun.
Yeah, but that's dealer Toy Chun with extra foo as well.
So
that
it is
very relevant. Actually, Ada will drop below 3,000. It's Peter who now takes the lead. Only player above right now. Big win.
Yeah, but importantly, this is just South 1. A lot of game to play after this still. Peter is going to want to buffer his position before handing over dealership, and this looks like another great hand to do it. This one's doesn't even hard commit to the Honitsu.
Yeah.
Wait, someone's a Tenpai?
John just got into
John,
by
Dama
Con
on
5.
5 so.
It's Richinomi.
Jeez.
Oh, there's a Dora drawn. That's unfortunate. Might just break out a Tepai here with a 6-so cut. And say either I use this Dora or I get Itsu.
Yeah. It looks like John is going to do just that. It's very smart. I mean, it's double Yakuai too. So if you get a Shabo and then probably draw into it, because I doubt someone would drop it, then that is huge points.
Steve has a
It's
very
guaranteed
exciting
Mongon.
hand as well. Mochi Mochi on the Huts, but we've got Ishan 10 for just Richinomi and could turn into Itsu if you draw the right
Eat.
Montiles. Instead, we're going to get the Itsu play for John, waiting on, again, just that 5-so.
And could be Sotogawa.
Gee.
Someone might have to drop 5-so for Tenpai and go, you know what? Why would John wait on it with that early 6-so? Odds of that might be a little low.
Oh, Peter's committing, though.
And then
Could
I think
Chi for
Peter has to
Chinitsu.
Chi that, right?
You don't have to take that.
Sumo.
Oh, there's a Tsumo. Maybe should have.
Yeah.
Reach Tsumo, Itsu, and an Ura. That doesn't make a
Yeah,
difference
BM
here.
or,
But look at this. John now takes the lead. Now we're starting to get those Mangan to flow in. I was thinking you chi that if you want Chinitsu instead of Honitsu, which honestly is feels kind of worth it. But
yeah, but I guess you probably just take the draw chance more than anything there. It seems like the best play. You have more odds of getting something dangerous, but
oh my
I mean,
goodness.
suppose what is going? Steve's going again.
John's
Steve's
already
in the
Ishanta,
ring.
and Steve might be doing Kokushi.
Eat.
And,
Oh my god!
Peter
Oh,
gets
and
there
Peter
first.
just got Tenpai on
Chooses,
5P.
and that's
only
intentional because that's Sanchoku Richi Tanyao Sanchoku 456.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's
you-
5 in the books. Any +1 Tane, so
Do you ever Dama that?
that's Tenpai for. Ada just passed up. Oh no, that's not Tenpai. That's 245. I thought Ada just got.
Oh,
Tenpai.
yeah.
Ada's still Ishan 10 though, breaking away a little bit after the double 1-so cut. Not around Shan 10, but what were you saying?
I was gonna say, do you ever Dama for Peter for 52?
So okay, I was actually reading about this. The only reason, so you should. What is it? Reach early, going off the super stats book that I've been trying to read. That is a slog, but good info. It says that, especially in Kiryage Mangan, when you upgrade from 3 to 4, it's really important, but like 4 to 5 is not that important. So here you might actually Dama because it is Tanyao Sanshoku, which is no, that's 3. Okay, no, so here you reach because you go from 3 to 4 for sure, even though the weight is bad. But if you had another one, if you had a Dora worked in there, then you wouldn't reach it. Although once I get that 4-2 Shaba, I probably would have shoved anyway. That might be the way to go. Steve also, oh my, what is going on with Steve's hand? He's got Homeroto Dora 3 right now.
Yeah, I've been watching this as you've been talking, and I'm still trying to figure out how it's gonna get Tempai, but it's getting its way there.
It's working. It's working quick. 6 you can drop. It's Nakasuji. Early 7's kind of weird, but you might shove. Oh, I guess Hatsu's dead, so it is hard to get past post with that hand. Only one 9p left though, but it is Kabed, so it is safe to whoever wants to drop it.
It looks like Steve not willing to drop any of these bond tiles. John, still Ishanten here, has been holding strong.
Mm-hmm.
One more 5-pin left in the wall. Steve grabs one of those. 6-mon actually passed because of John, but at 4-mon not so clear. The tiles keep coming for Steve. He's like, no, I've already made my decision.
Steve's like, nah, not gonna get me here. I know that 5-pin's bad.
Oh, this Tempai for John, finally.
Tempai, probably not a reach, because doesn't want to leave points on the board. Maybe try to get someone with a Genbutsu 4.
Oh, the 1-pin comes out with a Ipatsu. But it is going to be Pinhu, 1500 plus the Ricci stick for John. Does leave Peter at 30k exactly, and John now 8,400 points in the lead. But it does make sense. You don't want to throw away a reach stick.
No, I think odds are you're not hitting that too. I think if there's like, if the 4-pin is only once cut, in front of Peter there, you might try and push it just because there's still 3 that people can play as Genbutsu, but
I think another consideration is like you normally expect to win on the one pin there, but one pin was Suji, and it had been so long, the entire game, no one dropping any. Maybe you think someone's got an Anko at this point, and that's why it's not coming out.
yeah.
But here we are, continuance in South 2. John has been drawing quite well in the opening phase of the game, discarding all these terminals and honors, and almost has Ipeko in the upper Sozu. Although
Might even be able to look for 2-3-4 Sanshoku too with a draw on that Pinzu.
it's probably why we saw the 7 pin come out instead of the 4, at least thinking about it. Holding the Penchon in the lower Sozu for the Dora draw. To the right, Steve, pairs of the Chun and the Haku. Generally just good shapes all around. We'll see if Steve wants to open up with Yakuhai Dora 1 or 2, maybe 2 Yakuhai and a Dora.
When you have a good option, you get to drop a 1-3 pin too after calling 1 Yakuhai to try and fish for another.
Keep in mind there's 3, 4, 5 Santoku, so the 1 pin will probably leave this hand eventually, and then we'll wait to see what happens with the 3 or 5 shape. Call is made. So an extra Han in a couple different ways possible for Steve.
Although everybody else is advancing their hand too. Ada is still Ryan Shanten, but has a Dama Ipeko thing. Peter is Tenpai on Sanso.
Chitoi Dora 2, Dama. Just hoping that a Dora flows out from someone's hand.
Steve is just going to take Tenpai too. Call the 5 pin. Says it's getting pretty late. I should probably just try to wrap this up. Yeah, John is Ishanten as well.
Opportunity to call here. Would you like the Tanki? Steve says, yes, please. Give me an extra Han.
I mean, that is the Mangan Han. That's a big one. That's 3 to 4. Doubles your value.
See, Chun, Haku, Dora 1. But you get extra Fu with this Tanki weight.
Oh, yeah.
And Tenpai for John, but he doesn't want it.
Maybe is worried about Honitsu from Steve. Doesn't like cutting 4 pin that late. It's
yeah, we'll get it Tenpai a different way.
In.
It's going to be very amusing if Steve draws a 5 pin.
That'd be sad.
Oh no, the 5 mon.
No.
The last 5 mon. And that will be the 5200 going to Steve. And that's a big hit for Steve. That puts him in second.
Yeah, so that Haku actually was very prudent, if that's the word. Doesn't get you the Mangan, my math was off. But, I mean, that's an extra 3200 just by calling the Haku, right? Sacrifice a lot of your weight or a lot of weight tiles on it. But, again, if you're playing for that value, big deal. Try and keep Peter down. Give yourself more of a buffer going into South 4 when it's your dealership and you have Oyakabari to think about.
In South 3 now, we've got Steve with 2 Dora and hedging Honitsu here.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, you got South now. That
the hedge might be dead now. South will come out first, of course. Maybe East to follow or Hatsu. Maybe look
at... Now that Haku's out, you probably just got to get moving too. You probably definitely just play this 3-4 round then.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Added after that call, John 2 away from Tenpai. Does need to fill 2 more shapes there. 6 mon makes things a little interesting. We'll just go away from a Penchon and say, I've got good shapes with my Jian Shanten. Maybe look across the way at Peter, who's got a Dora and Tanyao shapes as actually Ishanten. For Richi, Tanyao, Dora, maybe even Pinfu. To the right, Ada opening up as well. Maybe out of desperation here for just a Tanyao.
Yeah, or maybe just trying to make the rest of the board speed up a little bit, saying, you know what, I don't have too much going on here, but I want to make everybody feel pressured. I want people to sack some value.
Yeah, Steve might be able to say, okay, 1 person opening up, that's fine. I can still stay closed and get my big hand. 2 people opening up, now you really do have to match the speed.
Oh, and what a great tile to do it on. 3 so huge for Steve's hand.
This is a Tenpai for Ada without a Yaku here. So no, these tiles that are lighting up will not deal in.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if Ada can find Forso too, then she has an alternate route. Now has a Shabo, Ranmen,
7
option select here.
Tempai for John on 5-8 for cheap hand, but
Steve's
Steve
Tenpai,
1
will
East
just
Chun, it's so good. You gotta reach this, absolutely. If anyone gets any of these, I'd imagine they're coming out. Maybe not Chun, but East especially, I think, comes out here if someone draws it.
yeah, East is a little suspicious even though it's once cut because you're like, why hasn't anyone else cut it? But then you say, well, it's once cut. What are the odds? Instead,
Dong.
8-so will come out. That was Genbutsu for the Ricci, but that means that John will steal the win away. And going into South 4, John's still the only player over 30k.
It's very big. John's gonna look for a quick one. I mean, none of the other three players that far behind though. Peter even still only needs a 3-Han hand in order to not get fourth, and has double south to do it too.
Double
So
South, double
not a bad
Dora. That's a
attempt.
Mungon.
Oh wow, yeah, that's a huge hand.
With excellent floaters as well. The South is somewhere in the wall. Data's holding on to one of these Dora tiles. Oh no, just gets out right away. And Peter, aggressive. Announces
That
to the
might make the
table, I have
south
Mungon.
hard. That might make the south hard to come out though. I don't know about that. Oh my goodness.
Ada just
already
gets
found
Tenpai. And
5-8, so
Peter might switch out to Tanya. We'll have to wait and see.
yeah, I mean it's Mongon either way.
Oh, this is just doomed.
Oh yeah, 5-8. Unfortunate. It is Richinomi though. Dealer Richinomi, so 2k, but can still come back. You still got a Mongon Sumo. You're in for, or you're second.
And now repeating with okay shapes here as the dealer again. Be standard play most likely to the right. Peter, not an instant Mongon. However, there are two Dora again, so Ricci Dora 2, certainly a strong start. If you get it Sumo, that's a Mongon. Maybe with 3 pairs you think about Chitoe in the future, not now.
Yeah.
Across the
I
way.
mean, Chito Dora 2 Reach can get you the Mongon as well. Gives you a lot better Tonki options too. A lot of flexibility.
Yeah, John, our Toyman, looking to just shut this game down. Maybe with the Tanya, that could be the route to finishing this game. And on the left, Steve has the North pair. North only, even with a home bot, isn't quite enough to make it over 30k, but it would be a minimal loss, second place. The shapes are so strong, though, for Steve that he might just find himself taking a Ricci in the future.
Yeah. Yeah, if you call the North Yakuhai right now, it's a little awkward too, because you have to Sumo. Or you have to Ron Ada direct. I guess because you have those two options, it's not the worst thing in the world.
But
But you're not feeling great.
Yeah, Ada's making strong progress. He's Shanten, though.
I'd imagine Ada will probably just send Reach on just about anything here too. Ooh, and picks up the San Menchan on the Pinzu too. Oh, so probably we'll just play this hand as a Pinfu. May even be able to Dama in order to try to slow down the table. Or try to trick the table into dealing in. That's what I should say. Oh, hold on. Third door for Peter.
Alright, this is your Mongon, Yishanten.
Shapes are atrocious.
Ricci.
Oh, and Ada is going to slam Ricci on the 6-9.
Ricci, Pinfu.
I mean, there's 3 in the wall. Not terrible.
It is going to be +1, either Dora or Tanyao.
Oh, and Steve's got to be brave to push for Tenpai. Is 5-6 peen.
Ooh, Khan?
Peter gets a Khan and the 9-mon.
That's a Hanuman.
Dora doesn't. It doesn't help Ada, but the second Ura is scary. Importantly, Peter still doesn't have Yaku, so has to find this closed.
Right? Ricci, Dora 5 for Peter if he gets there. Steve now has a second player to be concerned about. With the Ricci stick, it is enough for Steve to get over 30k, though. And
that's a really interesting play for Peter. You know what that is?
K10
that's
push.
Sanshoku, K10 or Sanshoku possibility. Right. has to draw 3 or 4 so, and not feeling great on the 3 so. Pretty much just wants the 4 so with the 3 so Genbutsu.
South. How bad is the South? It's Shompai. Is it
Yeah,
really
once out's
Shompai?
tough.
Oh, it's once out. You're right. Toyman's got one out there. 9-pin doesn't deal in either. John has drawn the final winning tile for Ada, so none left in... Oh, wait, there's one 6-mon left.
Yeah,
One
more
chance
6.
for Ada to win this hand.
I mean, fair enough for Peter too. Tempai is actually a huge deal here. 1,500 points at the end of this, especially when Steve goes down, is very, very big. Can put Peter back in a Mongon range for above 30k.
Do you dare push the 7? Yes.
I mean, you're in 4th anyway. You got a lot of equity right now.
You can see all the 5s, you can see all the 9s. So 7 is kind of difficult to deal in. Possible
Yeah.
for sure, but difficult. And Ryukyoku, wow, what a monster hand for both Ada and Peter. But in the end, 1,500 apiece, and we will continue here in all last. Ada, dealer again, high pie, reasonably strong, pretty standard. No Dora, but Dora acceptance available. Or Peter, is the comeback real this time? No Dora. Had started off with 2 Dora in each of the last 2 hands. Maybe luck is running out.
Yeah, this one's a lot more tough to win. Although there's always like a Sananko route.
Yeah, Uncle 1 drawn. We just need a couple more like that as Ada draws into a nice Penchon fill. Now, very good shapes. Across the way, John.
Chitoi Shanten.
Oh,
Dora
wow.
2 too. That's a monster. Could catch somebody off guard.
How early do you commit to Chitoi for John here? Because if you draw 4 or 7 pin, you might just drop one of your pairs.
Yeah, that might be a good justification to drop. Even just dropping like 5-6, I don't actually hate that. Edge more towards just a Pinfu. I mean, Chito is very, very safe though, and you get better like Genbutsu play at the end of the hand.
Wow, what a fill for Steve. Grabbing the 5 pin there. This is actually just Ishanten. Before Ricci, potentially Tanya if the couple 6-mon are drawn.
I mean, there's 1,600 in the middle of the board too, so it is much easier for Steve than looks may see. Steve only needs 2 Han here in order to get above 30k.
Oh, backfire for Ada. Had chosen the 789 as the potential Ipeco shape, but then drew the 3 so immediately afterwards. Of course, you can never... the 8 pin was the follow-up draw, so one of those 2 was coming to your hand.
Oh, and there's Tenpai for John, 1 mon. It's a hard tile to use. Oh, we might see it here.
It's a Tama 64. And out it comes.
Oh.
Yeah, so tough for Peter to do anything else there. Chitoi Dora 2 will, with the extra sticks and Homba, it will be 8,000 points going John's way. Will snatch away the first place. John picks up the plus 31.9 first. Ada, after the Ryukyoku payment, made it over 30k, so we'll earn a positive here, 5.3. Steve, negative 8.2, third place. And Peter taking the fourth, negative 29.0. And so we'll have the final 2 games to be played tomorrow for this table, but we will get one last look at the standings as they update.
Oh, no, they're playing another one tonight.
Oh, they are?
I guess maybe tomorrow was a backup.
Okay, well, maybe that's why we saw some very fast discarding in this game. They said, well, let's try to get as many as we can done tonight. And so we could either stay at this table or we could hop by another one if there's one available.
I mean, there's a couple tables playing now mid-game. I think it's just about... There's a B3, another B3, and A1. So we probably either want to hop over to this A1 table, or honestly, I mean, this is a fun A2 table.
I
don't
gotta
know about
say,
you, but
I love watching all these different tables, and I recognize players and all the ones that are playing currently, but I am severely invested in this table. This has been such fun mahjong that I think I just want to stay here.
Yeah, I mean, the game just started. We're in East 1 right now, so Let's
All
get it
right.
rolling. Game 3 out of 4. And again, it could be they might only end up playing 3 tonight. They still might finish out tomorrow. We are unsure as of this moment.
Well, it's John, the winner of the last game, starting us off as the dealer. Ada to the right, Steve across the table, Peter to the left.
I mean, John, pretty decent high pie. Not the best in the world, but you hit like a 4-pin. You got some good other fill-ins like the Kanchan 1-3, and you were just fine. Ada is slowly building up the hand as well, looking like a Tanyao here. Wouldn't be surprised if we get an early pawn call too on, say, Tuso, maybe 8-pin. Steve across, probably gonna fish for 4-5-6 Sanshoku maybe a little bit, maybe try to play the Itsu, but not too much going on there. And Peter is, Ishan 10 right now, looking very nice on that 4-5-6 Sanshoku too. Could potentially be an absolute monster of a hand with the right draws.
And if you don't get the perfect Sanchoku draws, you still should have a pretty
Reach Pin
strong reach pin for
Futanya.
Tanya. Yeah. And notably, the Chun Dora has come out twice, so it's kind of unlikely that other players will have strong value using the Dora.
Interestingly enough, now Peter has a bit of an option select. You can either go 4-5-6 Sanshoku or just take your Ipeko, which I'd imagine Ipeko is probably Ipeko or Reach Pin Futanya is probably going to be taken here.
Yeah. So if you draw, let's say, the 3 mon or the 7 pin, you guarantee yourself the Ipeko because you've lost Sanchoku anyway. Now, if you draw the 6 mon or the 4 pin, then you have a question: how much of a gambler are you for that extra Han? Most players, I think, just take the Ipeko in this situation, East 1. Unless you're desperate for the Hanuman, usually you'll just take the guaranteed Han. And in fact, Peter will just open up for Tanya only.
It's getting late into the hand. It feels about the right time. It's the start of the 3rd row.
Of course, you can still get Sanchoku here with the 4-pin Ron or Tsumo. And at this point, you don't want to hold the 7-so in your hand because Ipeko is not worth anything open. So give yourself the Sanchoku chance. You'll see Ada calling to the right for Tanyao as well, waiting 3-6 pin.
6 pin. Those are very, very dead. Not seeing any of those. 4-7 still has a little bit of life in it. There's actually 3 7s still in the wall. And 2 4s? Am I counting that right?
That seems... Well, there's one of the 7s.
There's one that might come out. Cheaper side, though. It's just the 1k play. Ada does throw it.
So in the end, everyone opened up for Tanyao, and Peter was the one who got there first. Only 1,000 points to end this dealership, and we'll shift to Ada's turn.
Very cheap start. And Ada, looking like a Yaku High, trying to play Sanshoku to bear with it. Has the Dora locked and loaded in the hand, too. Ooh.
Hot spawn from Steve. I don't know if you can force anything outside of this, just other than the Hatsu, but...
I mean, if you draw 6, so you have a decent chance. Like, you might even try to keep 1-2 Penchon, and then pair it up, and then if you hit 6-0, you have 6-7-8 range.
Steve holding on to the 9-so just in case this 8-so is drawn and got rewarded immediately. I think a lot of players just cut the 9-so there saying, I've got my pair and maybe I'll draw this south for value later. Steve saw a route for extra efficiency. Across the way for Peter, that looks like a very standard Richie Tanyao, maybe Pinshu, maybe Ipeko. And on the left, we've got lots of pairs, 4 of them.
Looks like, yeah, 4. Probably just going to play a nice reserved back Chitoy. We're going to see Tenpai for Steve as well. Drawing a 6-0 here would lead to Sanshoku for a little bit extra on top. Tenpai currently on the 1 mon.
Looking back at dealer, this is Ishanten. Headless needs to find a pair somewhere. You could drop the 3-4 and just say, I'll have a Nobiton, assuming that you fill the Samenchan.
I was going to say, I don't even know if I like doing that. I kind of like just playing the San Menchan, because not only do I get it as the San... The thing about it is...
It's pretty 10, and it's a little bit of an issue.
It's free 10, but also if you draw the 5-pin, then that fixes all your problems and leaves you with a round then.
Yeah, I kind of like leaving the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, just dropping the social back out. But the 6-pin will come out and deal into Steve's open hand. Very cheap again, only 1,000 points. Currently.
Yeah, I guess after last game, our players decided, you know what, let's put the cannons away. They're a little bit overheated. Let's just cool it with this one. Shoot water guns at each other for a bit. Change the pace.
What do you make of Steve's high pie here? It looks good and awkward at the same time.
So I make of it, if Steve hits 3-pin, 5-pin, 7-pin, it's amazing. If Steve also draws 8 mon, it's also pretty good. Other than that, kind of stinky. Not really going to leave you in a place where you want to be as the hand continues. I think he wants E2 draws and then that Dora, if you can play it.
Well, there's an Itsu draw. We'll see what the choice
It's
is
a bit
here.
of the way. I like that 5-so cut and keeps both alive. Dora and E2. Peter on the right.
Ishanten.
Ishanten doesn't have Sanshoku built yet, but does have that option if drawn 9p.
Ooh! And now we have a
Ooh.
serious hand. Imagine
Okay.
Junchan Sanshoku. Dora.
Dora 1. That's Hanemon, or excuse me, Mangan open, Hanemon closed. Oh, Steve, hold on.
Steve's actually getting the 3-5-7. Oh, just takes the tempai.
I might Ishanten that for a turn.
Maybe this is, you have to consider how this table's been playing, and it does
Sure,
give
everyone's
you
been doing fast snaps.
Exactly, a tempai as dealer might be able to shut somebody down. Technically, tempai for Peter here, Dama on the Sanchoku 7-pin.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's dealer reach. It's a bit scary. I kind of like just playing the back, especially with a bad weight like this.
But I suspect if Peter draws the 1-pin, we will see the 4-pin Ricci. Or even Dama here, because it would create Suji for Steve's Ricci. No, decides now is the moment to hit the button.
Yeah, if I'm dropping this dangerous 6-mon, then people know that I'm in, so might as well chase after it, try and get some more points with Ura.
Ada also chasing after it for just Tanyao, but has a
4-7.
better weight.
Skenbu too. Ooh, 8-mon's scary though. Ada shoves, it lands. John not willing to throw 4-mon in.
5 pairs, John's actually joined Ishanten. Oh, and just after Ada bails, the 4 comes out. Can call back into tempai here.
7-so looks really scary here. Ada, yeah, just deciding to, doesn't want to take it.
Well, there's the Tsumo. Ada was just choosing who was going to win this hand. Either Steve or Peter was going to draw this 7, depending on if the chi was taken or not. And dealer
1k all.
repeats.
Sheep though.
Okay, Montile City, and then a couple awkward tiles elsewhere. Oh, and the South backfire.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's not even really a backfire. It's still East round, so.
Yeah, at least you got the 9-pin pair up. And
yeah.
you also... Okay, now it's a backfire.
Now with the Onko when it's Honitsu, that's a backfire.
We'll see if Peter also chooses to do something like Monhonitsu, given that the 5-pin is a good Dora connector.
Mm-hmm. I mean, still has a lot to flow out before that. You have the 1-so, you have 9-so. You do have Hatsu too, now that it's twice out.
See, across the way, John might be thinking about Sanchoku, but it's a little bit hard to get there. Could just be a standard Ricci Dora 1.
Seems right for the hand. And Ada on the left has a ton of Manzu as well, surprisingly.
So I feel like it's going to be very difficult for all these Manzu hands to complete because they're all holding each other's tile. However, Ada's Mon shape is basically completed already, actually. So she's just Ishanten.
Yeah, she hits 6-mon too, and she will be headless.
Oh,
now with head.
4-pin is pretty standard here.
Yeah, 4-pin is standard.
Oh, but 4-pin is Dora, so you don't really want to do that.
Yeah, that's fair. But you have E2 for value too. You see a bunch of 5s and 6 out from Steve, so I don't think I'm too threatened by a 4 chi here. The pawn would suck, but Tanyao doesn't seem very likely with all those drops. That is Ishan 10 for realsies for Steve, probably dropping 4-6 is so. Importantly, on 8-mon pickup will be able to have a chance for E2. 6-mon would do it too. Is that an E2 tile? Am I reading that right? No, 6-mon is not E2.
Oh, everyone's
Is it
just opening up
Tempa?
like crazy here.
Yeah, everyone's smacking the button a bunch of times. Peter going for Toy Toy, it looks like.
Oh, it's Tanya Dora too for John
Yep,
across
Tanya.
the way. But you're right about Peter. Has to be Toy Toy at this point.
Oh, Peter might actually drop into that too. Or it might just be playing for K10, because it is getting kind of late.
Right, we are in the third row. Only 4 draws apiece.
Seven, that is almost Tempai yet again. Not quite there. Steve swapped pairs there, so still has a chance at getting Tempai for the end of the round pretty reasonably. Might take the 3P call.
Would
Could
be
be Tempai
Tempai.
on 6-mon, 7-mon. If you draw 4-mon, then you get to actually have Yaku with Tanya.
I'm trying to find a way to have Tempai, but still give yourself Itsu chance.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I guess you have third 6 here. It's about your best play.
Oh, Ada will get Tempai as well. So everyone's making it. Just have to avoid dealing in at the very end here.
Another one, south one to it. Eight's fine.
High Tay draw is bad,
Astratus.
but it's safe.
No, yeah, super safe.
4 players Tempai, and again, nothing serious has exchanged hands here. It's been 1,000 Roan, 1,000 Roan, 1,000 alt sumo, and everyone Tempai. Here in East 3, repeat 2. Steve carrying on his dealer, throws away the door immediately.
Man, with a, I don't know about that. You
It
got the
feels like,
tune pair to protect it. I feel like you can greed it a little bit longer.
yeah.
If you don't have the Yaku pair, it's like, sure, you can just throw it out right away, get it out of the way, know if you have to dodge a threat on the board, but when you have the Yaku to protect it and have Yaku and play it in your hand, it feels really strong to have it.
Well, Steve has been playing very speedy in this game, and perhaps that is an adjustment to the way this table's been playing. We've got Ishanten already. Kutsuki here with very good floating 5-pin and 5-so. Oh, you can call for Tempai here.
I think you call for Tempai and then you try to draw around the Manzu.
Yeah.
We also have Ishanten for Peter on the right as well.
Richinomi over there.
Yeah.
Oh, Ada's making a play. Looks like a Chinitsu. Oh, this call is a better Tempai.
Could also be Itsu as well.
You're right.
That would make sense. Ooh, now Peter's got some shenanigans in decision with this 2257.
Oh, just forces it. Okay.
Oh, I like that.
Ada dodges the deal in for 1 turn. We'll see how long that can be managed. Maybe if John gets Tempai and declares Ricci, there'll be some more incentive to fold on that too. But
oh, when you draw that Amako, hard to justify.
So again, another cheap hand for Steve, but starting to pull ahead here at 37,000 points. Again, Shun cut early. We're noticing a pattern here. The Dora just getting rid of that before it becomes bad. These shapes aren't amazing. There's another Dora draw, a little bit of a backfire. But this is very consistent. And this is technically Dian Shantan as well.
All right, Peter shaping up to have a pretty standard Tanyao, maybe Pinfu. Nothing too zany in that hand. John across though, Anko of the Haku. And great shapes to support it. Might be able to catch somebody off guard, take Richi Haku.
Will be interesting to see if John tries to open up and just end this dealership. That's gone on long enough, or if we try to stay close for a Ricci for the extra value.
Could be. I mean, you have 3 Roundmens. It would make a little bit of sense. You have an
Gee.
Urabomb chance too, so you might be counting your Hatsu. Although it looks like John is just going to open up, try and stop Steve from getting further and further ahead.
So Steve has decided this hand's going to be Tanyao, dropping away from these terminal and honor pairs.
Chi.
On the left, Ada. Classic hand here. Probably just Riichi, Pinfu. Maybe Peiko. Maybe just open up because everybody else is. Lets it pass, though, and draws an 8-mon. But now you have... Okay, this is dreaming a little bit, but do you have Peiko chance?
Ryan might be coming to town too, that's true. You would need a 4-pin to complete the hand, which is not looking great. But 9s are alive still. Ooh, big feeling for Peter now. Ishan 10. Looking to reach Pinfu Tanyao.
Ada now draws an Onko of the 7-mon into Ishanten for Riichi.
Chi.
Potentially Peiko, but
Home.
might have called Chi there, except Steve steals that tile away. Tempai for John, though, on the 1-4-mon.
Home.
Tempai.
Just gonna take Tempai on the 7-mon.
It
not
looks like
coming
a
out,
decent
I
weight,
imagine.
but yeah, it's not actually that good.
And we are going to see Tempai taken for Peter. Going to just take the pawn and sacrifice Sanchoku for Tanyao Nomi.
Tempai, which weight do you want? Probably the 4, because we can see where all the 6s are.
Oh, yeah, you did have the 6. Okay.
Dong.
4-mon
And
comes
John
out.
wins it out. Very cheap hand again. Just 1K.
Now playing
900
small
for
ball
the
in this
Humba.
game.
And here we go on to the last East round. Peter, not the best high pie. Double round con, not where you want to be.
Once
With double
again,
Yako I open up too. Just people firing.
now this is a little bit different though because West is the Dora and Ada's actually holding a pair of these.
Yes, so Ada definitely has a little bit of oomph in the back of the hand. Can catch somebody off guard and slip in, and will be a big Ron. Very quickly approaching Mangan.
Kang.
Kahan, right away.
Oh, Tuso. Oh, now Peter has insane value. Double Dora. Ishanten now. Ooh, could even get a Pinfu for Adama on 6-9.
Yeah, this all
West is gonna come out. Ada's gonna take that. Ada now's a chance at Mangan with the Tuso? No, Hanemon with the Tuso, right?
Oh yeah, because East is also Yakuhai here. If the Tuso comes, it would be the extra door needed for the Hanemon here.
John Ishanten too on just a reach Pinfu. Might be able to play a Dora Tuso.
John actually thinking, sorry, Peter here thinking about opening up for 789 Sanjiku, but lets it pass.
Nah, I think you just gotta play it closed. Double Uro too.
And with all these players opening up, they are vulnerable to dealing into a Riichi.
Mm-hmm.
Ada giving, opening up Pon outs, Pon call outs. 2-mon and 9-pin available.
Option selecting. There's that. I think you gotta take the Shabo. Does end up going to Shabo with 1 9-pin out. It's a little bit harder to go. We are
It's
gonna
be held in
Tempai
hand.
go.
Peter's gonna hold this one.
6 doesn't look much better. 9P came out recently. Yep. Oh, and that's gonna be devastating for Peter.
Does not want the, to risk the 6-pin. It turns out the 6-pin was safer unbelievably. And that's gonna be a Hanemon for Ada. Well, now we've got our bomb. It took all the way to East 4. But when you're just chipping away with 1,000 point hands, all of a sudden a Hanemon, and Ada is in 2nd place now. John, though, opens up South round with the East Onko, so ability to call for whatever he chooses. Maybe even 5, 6, 7 Sanjiku for dreaming. Or maybe we're not even dreaming, this is slowly becoming reality. Except the penchant got filled. Now we just have to take our choice. And of course, we'll keep the one that
Yeah.
has the Dora.
We will definitely play Tenpai here. For sure. Probably hoping to even get a Dora pair here. Play the Ranman 3-6. So.
Ada making good progress on the right. 2 away from Tempai. Across the way, Steve. Past the Hatsu. Let this one go. Maybe as non-dealer, not wanting to play small ball anymore.
Yeah. At least try and trip someone up. Maybe go for a Cheetoy in the back.
Yeah,
As far as Toy goes, it's a bit tough to hit, so makes sense.
R4 pairs, so Cheetoy does make a bit of sense here. Hand on the left, Peter, Tianshan 10, 4, 3, 4, 5, Sancho, Kadora 2. Tanya, of course. But John has found Tepai on the 6-pin.
Ooh, and Ada, importantly, I believe that is a Tenpai draw.
Ricci on the 1-4, so for Ricci, Dora 1, potential Tanya.
Yeah, not the best, but Tenpai's Tenpai.
Almost helpfully, the 1-so is cut 3 times, so if you win, it's most likely to be on the 4-so from Ada's perspective, but we can see...
Yeah, 4s are locked. They are not coming out.
Wonder if Peter will hazard out... Oh, never mind. There's the 6-pin sumo. There were 2 left in the wall. More than the weight for Ada there, so it'll be 1,300 all, and now we've got a real close game here for first place.
Ooh, good high pie to try to buffer out too. Has to hit 1 of 2 penchants, but then the hand is looking very good.
If you can draw into a 1-so, it makes the hand openable, or callable, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, you don't really want to drop the Dora, but you might be willing to make that sacrifice.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
To the right, Ada has the Hatsu in hand, available to be called. And with such a close game, we might go back to those 1,000 point hands to try to edge out a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, those shapes are pretty bad too. So with the Conchons, you might be incentivized just to take the 1K and go.
Steve holding his signature south, preventing Peter from opening up there.
It's probably on his way to dropping it. Not quite yet, but thinking about it. Maybe thinking about Honitsu play, but 5 tiles away this late in seems like too much.
Peter's got a very interesting hand on the left. It's only gotten more interesting.
I mean, you just call and go there, right?
No,
Peter's got calls up. Excuse me? You're playing this as a Cheetoy? You're throwing away that much on the board?
I was thinking he was playing it as a Suanko, but we're going to see a reach from Ada pulling in the Hatsu. Could take the Entotsu with a 5-pin cut, or Kanchan with a 3-pin cut.
I think you just got to take the Untotes, right? 2-5-3.
And none of
You
those
get
tiles amazing.
6 pin out. Might be able to hit a Suji off of it. Yeah.
But now I bet you Peter's got calls on again.
Oh, there's that 5 mon. That'll be a problem to work around for John.
Ooh.
Okay, let's calm down.
Suaku Shantek Khan! Oh, the Kanchan would have won!
Drops the Dora!
On Rinshan,
okay.
it would have become Dora. Oh, Suaku Tenpai! South, 7-so.
7-so's dead. We're just looking for South.
Oh, there's the 5!
Oh! Peter shuts it down!
That got exciting. Missed on all the Uda, but because of the Honor Khan, that is enough Fu to turn this into a Mangan. And Ada pulling ahead here. Oh!
That could have been dangerous. I mean, even a South deal in there from somebody like Ada is what, I think, Hanemon?
Toy Toy, Sananko, Triple Yakuhai.
Triple Yakuhai, yeah. Hanemon then. That would have been mean. But
wow.
dodge, Ada the victor out of it, and with rewarded with a decent dealer high pie. Not the best, but as far as speed goes, not doing terrible. Yeah, has the Dora melded in.
Anytime you got a Dora, it's okay. It can be worked around. Right, Steve. Okay shapes as well, and a Dora. So There's something to be worked with in that hand. Across the way, Peter wants to draw a couple door, make Peiko, but so many contrans in that hand could be very difficult to work around. On the left, John. Nothing going on. Nothing spectacular. It's very standard. Richie Ping for Tanyao. Type hand with Peiko chance in the middle Pinzu. Ada now Ishanten. Kanchan and Penchan to fill, but I imagine we'll see the Ricci button smashed if we find Tenpai. Oh, that's a little bit of an upgrade. Now we can...
That'll help. Gives you Tonki game too if you want to play it. Could even potentially draw like 7-so and then drop an 8-pin to fish for a Ramen.
Yeah, I imagine Tonki weights are just as good as the Kanchans here. Especially if you can pick a nice one.
Yeah. Everyone's still trying to get past posts, trying to work on it.
It should be slow going for all the hands here.
Yeah, I think Steve and Ishanten having to take a 1-3 Kanchan is the most likely end way. Ooh, I was gonna say Ada gets a really interesting decision there if she wants to go for a Shanta, drop double 8-pin, decides against it.
Well, I kind of like holding this one pin. If you draw it, pair it up, you can either take your Tenpai on the Penchan, or you can cut 8 pin, and actually aim for the Chanta.
Each.
John does draw into Tenpai here on Kantuman. There are none left on the wall. Richidora 1.
Not great. But 5-mon and 5-so do also not look great. Ada is just going to decide to check, says if I'm dealing in, I won't give you Dora. It's not Dorian then. It would suck if you had 3-4 waiting on this 5, but it is what it is. Oh, and now now a Connovate. So
if 7 pin is drawn, Ada will be in Tenpai and can con the 8 pin for Rinshan chance.
yeah, that feels like the right play to make. Might even just decide to, if 7-so is drawn, still con the 8.
Could have cheated that for Tenpai, but believes in the draw. Does miss on the tune, but still 3 draws remaining for everybody.
Yeah. The 6-9 with a 7 draw for Tenpai and a 7-so cheat too is decent enough odds, I think, to wait on that. Go like one more go about for Tenpai.
Could see a call here from Peter if he
Close.
believes in the 3 pin. But doesn't choose to do so though. Wants Tenpai drawn himself. Oh, Dora.
Probably, yeah, 8-9 fold. Or if you trust 7, you can drop 7. Try to see if you hit 7-so and then
Oh
con.
no! Peter just found Tenpai, and the deal tile is drawn. It scambits to the Ricci. Peter's thinking, do I pass this Roan? Does do so.
No, it's Furry 10.
Oh, you're right. It is Furry 10. So it was actually Steve who was thinking about the call. I missed that. Good call out. And so Peter.
Oh no, Peter. Yeah, Peter was Furry 10 too.
Yeah.
Wow.
Will remain Tenpai. And John, as well, picking up the 1,500 points. We'll leave the Ricci stick in the middle and send us into South 3. This time, Steve holding on to the Pay Dora. Although these shapes are looking awkward enough that it might end up leaving soon. Now Steve needs some extra value to catch up to Ada. Do we hold the block? Yep, holds the block here. As dealer just trying to repeat and find a better high pie than what was given here. To the right, Peter also working on discarding all of these terminals and honors. Maybe moving towards a Ricci Pinfu.
Yeah, 7 pin's a pretty good pickup to do just that. Getting close.
Yeah, Dianchan 10 with all Diamen blocks. Across the way. Oh, make that Ishan 10.
Ooh. Oh, John gets helped up by that actually. Draws another piece towards Itsu. Now has a very reasonable chance at it. Can just play Rankan, Itsu, 1-mon pair.
8 on the left. Awkward shapes. Not going to matter because Peter is going to find the Ricci on the 6-9 mon.
Yeah, gotta take that. Doubt we see that here, Epots, but really interesting that Ada shows 7p there.
Yeah, there's not a lot of info here. But you have
That's fine.
Genbutsu 5 Mon.
You have Genbutsu 5, you have Suji 8
Yeah,
for
Ada's just
2, you
fighting.
have Genbutsu 1 Mon 2.
Oh, is this a classic Chinitsu push?
Ah, I think he might be onto something. Oh my god, Steve. Oh, Steve. Oh, instincts as sharp as a knife, baby. That's what we love to see. Draws a dangerous 6, redraws around it.
Ooh, but what's the cut
Oh,
here?
that's good. Ah, that's really good. Oh, instincts as sharp as a knife. Let's
Looks
go.
This is a very good Ishan 10 to just throw the 2-pin back, even though the 2444 is in very good shape. And now Tempai, and so you just take it
Check
as dealer.
4. Happens. You know what I wonder? I wonder if there was a pause on the 6 mon that was just dropped
Mmm.
right before reach, and Steve picked that up and said, "You know what? I could see that." Like 5-5 4 or 4-5-5 or 5-7-8, something like that. Not feeling the best at this 6 mon.
Well, Ada not willing to drop this 5 mon out, is avoiding dealing in as a result. All the 8 mons
Yeah,
being held.
there's
Oh, sorry, 1 8 mon left.
yeah, 1 8 mon, 5 mon's
Oh,
not looking good. Oh yeah. Unless Steve has a read of a
Son.
century, yeah. Even if he does, he might just be like, you know what, maybe I'm wrong.
one Uda found to make it hurt a little bit more. That puts Steve below 30k and gives Peter a chance moving into South 4.
Yeah, I mean Peter's last dealer too, so you just have a just have a little bit of luck, hit a nice hand here, and all of a sudden you're right back in the game and not on the chopping block. Have a pretty good chance at second too. Just need like a 3 or 4 Hansumo. Sadly, this is not the high pie to do it. Your big value out is probably 6-7 Sanshoku, somewhere in that, but you are very far and just looking to repeat as dealer.
Yeah, it looks like that'll be the play for Peter. Just standard efficient cuts. Maybe turn this to a Tanya into the future. And hope to repeat. John on
Yeah,
the
John
right.
on the right.
Similar.
Little clunky, probably just looking. I think if I'm John here, I kind of just look for a Tanyao out. Probably just going to take any Kanchan hit. Oh, but oh my goodness. Ada's got San Onko chance. Turn 5, waiting on 8mon East. That is disgusting.
All
What is
four.
that?
All
And
four in the
all 4 in
wall.
the wall. It's a ticking time bomb. 8mon might be stalled out if
Con.
drawn. Oh my god, and a con.
Chun is the new
That's
Dora. That's cut already.
yeah, that's pretty dead. That's not coming out.
Steve has a hand worth fighting for
Chi.
here with two Dora and Tanyao. Looks like we'll see a
That
fight.
would be enough to get above 30. I don't think it's quite enough to catch. No, with the reach stick would be enough to catch John, even on Ron for somebody.
John's not out of it yet either, though. He's shunted.
Importantly, no one's drawn Ada's tiles yet. Now it's starting to get dangerous with the what is it? Shomai? Shopai? What's it when there's no when it's not cut at
Shompai?
all? Shompai, yeah. Now that East
And
is
there's the
pretty
East.
Shompai, might go. It's a little weird it
No.
hasn't come, but honor theory and it's hurting.
Urasan, the
Yeah.
con flips 3.
That's decent chances at an Urabomb. That's pretty fair.
Yeah, and of course, Steve, that was a fight I'm sure he's willing to take because of the gap against Peter. Even if you deal into Mongon, you're still getting third place. It hurts to deal into Mongon, but only -15 there for Steve. Peter will take the
Yeah.
-26.4. John, a positive 7.2, and Ada, the big winner, plus 34.4. Two big first place for Ada in this series.
Oh boy. I'm gonna hop over to com chat too. I just gotta confirm. Well, they haven't started a 4th game yet, so maybe they were doing 3 tonight for whatever reason, and then they're like, you know what? After that, it might be getting a little too late.
Fair enough.
Or maybe like it's 10 EST, and once they got there, they were like, if we can get 4, we'll do it. If not, then we'll play the 3.
We've got a couple other options to choose from then. We've got B3 match that just started. A1 a little bit about 10 minutes ago. An A1 started. And even longer ago, a B3 3 started.
Yeah, I'm thinking if we go anywhere, probably the most recent B3 or the A1 table. That's about 14 minutes in. maybe it might be worth checking how far along that game is too, because especially with those players, I could very well see them being already in South round.
There's a decent chance that they're playing all 4 games tonight.
That's true as well. So maybe then, yeah, they're in East 3 on the A1 table. They just started. So maybe let's check out that B3-1. Is that the table? Something
That's
like
the
that?
one. Okay, go ahead and boot it up. Maybe we'll just take a quick minute to shift things around. When we come back, we will have that B3 matchup for you. Stay tuned.
We're back. East 2 on this B3-1 table. We got Blaine in the pilot seat right now. To the right, we have Nathaniel B,
Boom.
the one and only. We got Elwin in Toyman C, and Andrew L on the left.
Sumo.
And what an exciting hand to start out. Oh, wow, Sumo. Didn't even have time to talk about that Honitsu.
Pinfood Sumo.
It's fair. A very non-overextending move from the
Yeah,
looks of it.
especially against a Honitsu, which I believe was in the... Oh, I don't remember what door was there. We were just tuning in. But we'll get to
It's
start
true.
fresh here in East 3. Nathan the Dealer with an amazing high pie.
Yeah, it's
Already
pretty good.
Ishanten high pie. Oh, no, doesn't take it. Could have dropped either 6-mon or 9.
Ooh,
So
I
for...
do actually like 6-mon here. Maybe it was a misreading of the shape. Or it could be greeting for more value.
Yeah, greed for Sanchoku, perhaps.
Oh, that's an interesting. Ah, that's so far away though. You'd have to drop like
1 diamond shape.
5-4.
Yeah. Something like drop the 4-5, so right, exactly. Well, the other hands are looking okay too. Elwin on the right. Lots of Mon tiles, a couple honors. Looks like a Mon Honitsu is possible. And across the way, Andrew has a door in hand, opens up on the east. 2 away from Tepai there as well. On the left, Blaine Pin, heavy hand. Also lots of pairs and an Onko. So a lot of different options there. But 2 of the 2 3-pin rather are Dora. So you definitely want to be able to win that if at all possible.
Yeah, you really want to fight for that. Might just have to end up being forced on Shinitsu or Honitsu. Can opt
Gee.
to play it closed, but the shapes are a bit tough to fill in. Although I guess if you hit 4-pin, you're pretty comfy. Ooh, or just fill in that Tuso. So now you have another Ryanman to boot. Drop 2-pin 5 on.
Just draw 2 Mon.
Oh, that's
Now the
so
2-pin drop
good.
is very strong.
Yep.
But drops the Diamond shape instead.
Reach.
And we're going to see a Ricci from Nathan here. Ricci Pinfu waiting 6-9 pin, but that weight is not as good as you'd expect it to be, except for the fact that Blaine has
Oh.
just drawn. Now, I'd be dealing in here if I cut the 2-pin.
You might cut Tuso before with what you've been doing. You see 3-4s out, so it's one chance too.
Can Blaine avoid the deal in here? If you draw 5 or 7 pin, certainly doable. Even 4-7 or 5-8, all excellent draws there. Elwin, is this Tempai?
Uh, no.
That looks a little bit off there.
Yeah, just Ishan 10. With a Haku call, 7 Mon drop, it would be Tenpai. But a pretty wide Ishan 10, all things considered.
5-pin.
Looks scary. Does not look great.
A lot of the fours have come out, so you're less concerned about it dealing into Pinshu on the Dora side.
Mm-hmm.
Here's Tenpai for Blaine.
Reach.
2-door, we're going to see that
That's
Richie button smashed.
2-pin. Yep. 4-7. Not the best weight, but it is worth quite a lot. That's reached door 2. I think a decent bit of food behind that too, right? Double Onko.
Yep, 12 just from the Uncles alone. This is going to be Tenpai 4, Elwin waiting 5-8 Mon.
Oh, sucks to get it right after Andrew just dropped
Well, can
double 8.
switch the weight here. 7 discard is Huriten, so it drops the 8 instead.
Yeah.
Shabo. And of course, the 8 Mon comes out immediately.
Ugh. Yeah, but you want Haku here anyway for the Mongon.
Makes him Mongon for sure. Andrew's still waiting on this 4 Mon as well. Everyone Tenpai. And 9-pin drawn.
Oh, 9-pin. That was a
That's Nathan's tile.
6. Oh, yeah, that's Nathan's. I forgot Nathan was in Tenpai.
Right? Richie, Pinshu,
So
and
much
the
happened
Uda. That is going to
Ooh.
make it expensive.
That's going to hurt.
Right, Nathan getting off to an early lead here. Continues on as the dealer, door in hand, standard, pretty average high pie. So just efficient play and make standard cuts. Right, Elwin, Dora in the hand, potential Itsu in the Pinzu. Again, just a hand you're going to play very efficiently. You can think about cutting 1 So and 1 Mon and leaning towards 1 Itsu, but after that 6 Mon draw, it's just going to be a Richi, and you hope to draw a Dora connector.
Elwin across is going to be doing, or not Elwin, excuse me. Andrew across is going to be looking to do much of the same of just cutting some honors and shaping up. Although now with that Chun, has a bit of an option to try to play it as a Yakuhai. Although with 1 out, might not be willing to go Atazuke for it. And on the left lane is Ishan 10.
Yeah.
Yes, Ishan 10 for an Intotsu weight.
Oh, it says it's
Or a
Tenpai.
Kanchan. You might also drop
Each.
3-pin Dama here. I don't hate that because that allows you, if you draw 8-pin, to take a 6-9 reach.
Yeah. You could also Dama the 7-pin cut and say if I draw 3 So I have Sanchoku.
Ooh, that's a good point too.
But Blaine opts to just take the Richi right away. And probably a good oh, there's the 3 So. Well, the odds of you drawing the 3 So there are very slim.
I think my problem with this reach particularly though is it's just a Kanchan away and it suits you to the reach tile on like the wrong side. So I think with the Sanshoku and the potential to like draw around Pinfu or something.
Yeah, you could have also drawn, Entotsu Wade, you could draw Tanyao. There were some good upgrades there.
Sumo.
But we'll get the Sumo.
But I forgot to read the Book of Plans. Apparently the Sumo out. And
There's
hit the
Ura.
Easy peasy.
So Blaine will be back over 30,000. And we will shift into East 4. This game is speeding along.
Right, evened out. And it looks like we might even keep speeding along because Elwin is going to have a mission to get this hand to Tenpai. Not looking too great right now. Does have the melds and the pair set in, but that 258 on the Pinzu, never like to see, and the round count on the early Sozu, not great. To the right, Andrew, not too much going on. Just going to play standard reach, hopefully Pinfu on that, I'd imagine. Maybe mess around with the 5/8 Sanshoku range, but more to come later. Blaine across, another very standard hand from the looks of it. Looking for a Pinfu out there. And Nathaniel B does have South Yakuai to play, has another pawn call to take, but overall not looking great. Do you think he just shoved that as like Chanta?
Ooh,
Maybe
that's an interesting
angle
idea.
the hand towards that. You have to drop double 5, which doesn't feel good, but it gives you like Sanshoku range.
Now I might.
Especially now that you have that. Yeah, that's real tempting.
I mean, if you just look at the blocks in the hand, 4 of them are actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 blocks for Chanta, and then this 5-pin pair.
Mm-hmm.
And you could even get 1, 2, 3 Sanchoku here, so it definitely feels like that's the only way this hand is going to complete is if you move it in that direction and call for it.
Oh yeah, there's already a south out too. So the Yaku High is one chance now. That's tough.
It said just cuts away from the 9-8 pair, 9-8 penchant rather. And Elwin Dealer has drawn some very good tiles, now moving towards a Tanya Ishanten.
Hmm. Gonna have to probably take the Shabo on this, unfortunately, but isn't the worst thing in the world.
Or you could draw a Dora and then work your
Ooh,
way into a
switch it
better.
to a Reach Pinfu,
And
something like that.
if you draw 4-pin, there's even 4, 5, 6 Sancho chance. So this hand is
Ooh.
starting to shape up. We'll see if anyone could compete.
I mean, Andrew's trying to give a run for the money. Keep strong in that Pinzu, unfortunately. Look at all those discards.
Right.
You could see a head in the wall. Definitely would have wanted to keep those, but from this hand point, it makes sense why you drop them.
Yeah, I mean, 2-pin was early cut from hand. That made sense. Then 3-pin was Tsumogiri, 3-pin Tsumogiri, 2-pin Tsumogiri, 4-pin Tsumogiri, right? These draws just
Yeah,
didn't make sense after the 2-pin came out, but the 2-pin made sense at the beginning. So, yeah, just unlucky there for Andrew. Ishanten across the way, though, for Blaine. Not a ton of value, unless you get Sanonko out of it.
that's true. If you can get 6, 7, or 4 and then reach on the Shabo, that would do it. Ooh. Now we get L1 and Tenpai. There is merit in just slamming reach in the dealer seat. Could also, again, Dama for that Sanchoku Pinfu like you were talking about.
Yeah, only one 4-pin in the wall for this Sancho chance. I do think that slamming the Ricci is totally fine here. Ooh, but this might be an
Ooh, could also
upgrade.
take the Shabo. Yeah, I think I
Yeet!
like the Shabo here, 7-8. Ellen agrees. I think that's fair. I'm not a big fan of the 6P by itself. It doesn't feel like it'll come out, but I think 7-8 here is fairly reasonable.
Especially because you have Suji on one of those tiles, even if it is Ricci Suji.
Yeah, you also have the 7 almost Kabe at the moment too, so it feels a little bit stronger.
We've seen Elwin, right as we joined the game, I believe Elwin won a Dama Pinfu, or maybe that was Andrew who won the Dama Pinfu hand.
There's one of them. I can't quite remember.
Blaine still Ishanten across the way, holding out for that Sanako chance, but not willing to discard Formon just yet.
Yeah. I mean, especially when you see 2-5 cut, you're thinking, if that was at the start of the hand, that makes sense. That late into the hand, something's up.
Interestingly, Andrew is actually drawn into Ishanten as well. 3-mon is a safe discard here and just throws that right back. Blaine tries
Sense.
the less dangerous side of the Suji. Might call here for K10, but
Yeah.
lets it pass. 8 draws remain. 7 now.
Choose Genbutsu. Who decides to throw 4P though?
Looks like we're going to Yukoku here. Andrew does not
Yeah.
find Tenpai, so we'll just be Elwin, the only player here in Tenpai at the end, picking up 3,000 points, leaving a Ricci stick in the middle, and we'll retain
I mean,
dealership.
Reach Door 1's about 3,000 anyway, so you leave the stick in the middle, but point wise, you're probably looking at about the same amount.
Yeah, you got about half the value of your hand without winning it, so that seems reasonable enough. It's
Was
better than
that
not
for
getting anything.
Reach Door 1?
Yeah, Ricci
Isn't
Door 1
that
with 40 Fu
is that 29 or is that
is a 39.
30 39? Okay, yeah. So not the worst thing in the world still, all things considered. You win a hand here, and with a high pie like this, definitely not out of the question. You get your reach stick back, feeling pretty good. Build up 2 Hamba.
Yeah, generally good shapes again. 1-mon is the Dora, but this time Elwin would do well to pair that up and use that as the head in this hand. And now a nice Kanchan fill.
Ooh, although Andrew on the right, very, very close now. Ishan 10 really wants to hit that 3-pin for the reach pin Futanyao.
Quite strong.
Cost.
Blaine can draw the Dora to complete the 1-2-3 shape.
It's
And
true.
it just has
A
awkward
huge
shapes
benefit.
outside of that, though. Kanchan's everywhere.
Yeah, I might have to try almost a fish for Sanchoku a little bit on the 1-2-3 range, maybe even the 2-3-4. Try to increase the value a little bit.
And Nathan's just a standard Ricci on the left. Not much going on in that hand. Anko draws is pretty huge, though. Puts him in Ishanten. Or puts him in Ishanten.
Yeah, really hoping to draw 3-so there so they can reach on 6-9. If you got to reach on the 3, you're not feeling great, especially from a 5-so cut. 4 is an interesting floater idea. Does opt to keep it in hand over that 5-so. Try and draw around it, give an excuse to cut the penchant.
Andrew still sitting Ishanten to the right. Elwyn also making small improvements to the hand, but still looking for a pair. Now could end up on a Nobitan shape in the
Each.
Sozu, but there's the Ricci. Big draw for Andrew.
Yep, that's the important one too. That's the reach pin Futanyao tile. Unfortunately, all the 8s are dead, so we're going to need to see a 5p push, which is fairly unlikely.
There's a 5-so.
Yep,
Ooh.
yeah, I think Andrew, that makes sense. 5-8 does not look great against this reach with the late 6-so cut.
Elwyn
Ooh,
pushing the door against this Ricci, a little bit bold.
Elwyn, naughty.
Trusting,
Works out.
yeah, trusting Sotogawa with that early 3-mon maybe was the signal.
It
And
was
now,
Sumo Garrett too, so.
yeah, Ishanten for Pinhu. Thinking about opening up here for possible Tanyao.
Yeah, but then that 6-9 gets a little sloppy. You kind of have to play that as a head in your hand.
Right, which I guess isn't the worst thing in the world. There goes
Don't.
the 8. Blaine had found Ishanten.
Shapes out, makes sense.
Maybe could have trialed the 9-so first, but the 8-so does come out and deal into 3 Han.
Yeah, no Ura, so it's not the biggest loss in the world. You're pretty fine holding that.
All right, Andrew, first dealer in the South round. Dora is the Hatsu, one held in hand. 679, 679, 679.
That's pretty fun. Oh, you don't want to drop a 2 off? You want to play actual efficiency with floaters? That'd be fun. That's
If-
like a fake. That should be like a local Yaku. You hit like a Sanshoku Nobetan shape, and then have a pair besides it.
Yeah, efficiency is king here, and as dealer, you want to be as fast as possible. For Blaine on the right, kind of standard shapes here, looking for a Ricci Pinfu. Ichihime across the table has a Hatsu in hand. Oh, and now discarding that gets
Ooh.
scary.
Yeah, that goes to the dealer too. That's 12k in sights. It's gonna be interesting to see whether Nathan decides to play it or not.
There goes.
Oh,
Boom.
that was the time to cut it. And then, warning lights on. Everybody just got flashed a Mongon. 12k on board. How are they gonna respond?
It's too early, I think, to be too cautious, but once you start to see some of the more interior tiles come out, or
You're getting worried for
yeah,
sure.
if you see a block like a Kanchan or a Penchon leave the hand, and you start to feel like the players Ishanten or maybe even Tenpai.
Yeah, now it's a time bomb. Can you sense when dealer finds it, and can you avoid the Senpai tile?
I think that's a good pass on the 8-so.
Yeah.
If you already had a head in hand and a bad shape like this Penchon, sure, go ahead and call that and leave the 5-6 Diamond. But because we're looking for a head, I want the draw.
There, I almost kind of wanted to see like a 2-mon cut.
Ooh.
From Andrew, because the 9-so seems like a pretty good Tonki here. There's 2 8s out already, and it's 1 on the board, so it looks less likely to be a dangerous tile.
Yeah, at the same time, though, you do have a Mongon. You want to get any Tenpai, so even the 3-mon draw, you're pretty happy about.
Yeah.
It's always an interesting question. Do you take the less efficiency for the trickier weight later on? Or do you give yourself those 4 extra draws, 4 extra 3-mon?
Just to guarantee the Tenpai in it. If I didn't have the Yuran Men, if I had like Pinchon Kanchan, I'd be okay with it. But I think with the Yuran Men, I'm fine just keeping it.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting. Dropping the 4, potentially setting up a Suji trap on the 1 later.
Yeah, maybe.
Or just draw the 1.
Yeah. Now we're on 5-8, dangerous. That's for Sanshoku would do nothing here, so not that important to try to wiggle down to that. Wheel down or
Oh,
up.
well,
Can
Sancho
for style points.
doesn't add in any extra value here, even if you get the Sancho coup, but feels nice.
Yeah. Gets you that even 5, so you can say, see, it wasn't Kiriage, it was me.
Blaine still fighting for this. Goes with the 4-pin, which is very risky. It did come out a
It's
couple
not feel
turns ago,
great.
but in the meantime, Andrew has made changes to the hand, so still dangerous.
Yeah, there's still a decent bit in the wall. That's 3 tiles. No, I'm not right about that, am I? No, yeah, 3 tiles. It's not the worst thing in the world. I mean, the problem is, I guess everybody's playing those 3 tiles unless Nathan, or not Nathan, excuse me, Elwin decides to get 8 mon and then drop 5 mon.
Blaine could afford a 5-8 in hand, except the 6-pin was drawn and retained, so looks like maybe backpedaling in the name of safety here.
Yeah, might be the move. I mean, again, it's getting really late in the hand, and you don't want to give up 12k here.
Kang.
Oh,
Khan!
hold on. Sanshoku's big now. At 5 is super bad. All of a sudden, we got Hanemon.
Tempai for Blaine here.
Ich.
Ricci, oh my. Can choose the
Blaine's gonna
5-mon Kanton or the
shove.
Shabo. 4-mon is safe, of course, so that pass, and maybe the Khan incentivizes this Ricci. No
Yeah, I need
tiles in
the
the
double
wall.
Ura. Someone's gonna have to drop from hand. Is Nathan gonna drop it? I doubt it.
I remember from
Safe
last
tune.
season, Nathan plays pretty defensively.
Sumo.
There's the Sumo!
Oh, on the Sanshoku, that's Hanemon. Ah! That's a big win for Andrew. Andrew has been getting just absolutely hammered this session too. Oh my god, it might all be coming back right here though.
Now this is the breakout game. Haku
Oh,
pair, South pair, Haku's Dora. Could be another Mongon, and Nathan again draws the door tile. We'll see how. There seems to play this pretty standardly. You drop the North, you drop the Hatsu, you drop the Chun, and then you drop the Haku. And we'll see if Nathan manages to pair it up before it comes out.
yeah. I mean it's interesting. I wonder if there's also like Toy on the mind here. Does that even give much value? I guess that is Hanemon if you hit South and Haku. So that is
Because
a bit of a big deal, but
because there's a Hatsu pair in hand now for Nathan, you could aim for a Doratanki situation, so maybe we won't see the Haku leave so easily.
mm,
Home.
yeah, that makes sense. You do have that guaranteed Yaku. You have the 3-mon pair, so you can take a Shabo. Oh, here's what I was talking about with Andrew. Decides to keep the pair. Doesn't want to play the 7, so.
But now it's really difficult for Nathan, though, because there are 3 other pair candidates in hand.
Ooh, Nathan, big draw. Hits the Anko Ishan 10 right now, but the problem is Haku looking further and further away from getting played.
Still holding on to it. Andrew Ishanten here. Hasn't seen the South or the White Dragon come out yet. Elwin holding firm with that South. Might be going for Pinhonitsu. A Tempai!
Ich.
Oh, you gotta smack it.
Oh.
That's too good.
Ricci, Yakuhai, Dora 2, or 3. There are 2 tiles left in the wall for this weight. And maybe now the Dora stays firmly in hand.
Yeah, I don't think Dora's coming out here.
Look at these early cuts. If you're trying to read what this weight is, 2-pin, 8-so, 7-pin, Tsumogiri West, 2-so, 6-so? These cuts don't make any sense unless it's like a, I don't know, Manhonitsu? But even then, why did you have the 2 and the 6-so over the Shaw? It's very weird.
Very odd. Oh, but disaster for Andrew. Elwin wants a Honitsu bad. Elwin's just going to check all the Manzu.
Out they go. A little bit worrisome for Andrew as well is the fact that Nathan is now Ishanten for Toy Toy, waiting Doratanki.
Dorotanki. I wonder if the East is drawn if you just check the Dora. With 2 open, you probably can't, right? You just maybe throw East and hope for safety that someone else is holding on to 1.
Yeah,
They're
especially
scared of it.
when one player's going for what looks like a Honitsu. Ooh, 5-mon does not feel very good here.
Yeah, 5-mon's tough.
Like the lower
I
mons
mean,
are
Honor Theory on the
okay.
East.
Boom.
Is
Well,
5-mon gonna get checked here? I guess this could be South.
Elwin clears
Nope.
it. Okay.
I mean, it is half Suji with the 2-mon.
This gives Nathan a chance to fight now.
6-0 looks good to both players. Feeling fine about that.
Still 2 tiles left in the wall for wait. We could see a Tsumo at any second.
It's very true. Or we could see a devastating pair up from one, or potentially even both of those.
There's a Haku. Blaine
Oh,
cannot drop that.
yeah, Blaine cannot drop that. Absolutely not.
The hand doesn't even have the value worth fighting for, so it makes a lot of sense to just hold on to that and give up on this one.
Yeah, you see no Haku on board. My only thought if I'm Blaine when I drop my tile is, okay, what is my next Gambutsu tile? And now I just got double 9-so, 7-so, so I'm good for the rest of the round.
Orbon's safe. Elwin still searching for
pass.
Tempai. 1 south left of the wall.
Oh, is it buried? This great way, is it not going to land? 5-mon safe. 6-mon safe. There goes the sumo.
Has to be a roll now, unless someone calls. Khan?
Khan. That ends the round here. That denies a high tay. That's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, if you have a safe tile, confirmed safe tile, then I think Khan is a great choice. But instead, lets it.
With nothing protected there, yeah.
Yeah, lets it pass, and it will just
scary.
be Andrew, a monster hand that goes to only Ryukyoku payments. Still very much in the lead here is Andrew. South 1, continuation to number 2. South is the door, 1 held in hand for Andrew. Awkward shapes in the Sozu, but kind of okay elsewhere.
Yeah, I love his dealer, not throwing it immediately, recognizing not only is it Dora, but it's also a Yaku high pair. Unfortunately, there's also 1 held for Blaine and Nathan, so odds are that that's getting used are slim at best. Yeah, Blaine especially. Blaine and Nathan both with Yaku high pairs, but Blaine Mochi Mochi with Elwin, actually. This could get very interesting.
I guess that gives the advantage to Nathan.
Gridlocked. Yeah. Lone Haku sitting in Elwin. Will be interesting if Elwin pairs that Haku up, how the hands progress.
Now we've seen throughout the course of this game, Elwin has a tendency to hold on to these lone honor tiles, and has really caused a lot of problems for people who are looking to open their hands. Here it comes out finally. Nathan will open up and...
Probably 1-mon here for 2, 3, 4 Sanshoku Dorotanki.
Ooh, now that would be pretty fancy. That would be a Mangan.
That would be Mangan. That would get you there. Oh! Yep, that looks like a cut to it. You still might just get Tempai even without the Dorotanki.
Yeah, South has been cut twice now. Andrew got rid of it first. Blaine followed up. So now would be a hell weight on the Dora, but that is a route to Mangan. That is pretty significant in terms of the value upgrade.
Yeah, and if somebody gets that South, they might not even be thinking about it. Blaine draws a 5th pair. Ishan 10 on Chitoi right now.
Notably, Elwin also Ishanten on the left for Ricci and potentially Ricci Hatsu if Blaine chooses to fold out with a Hatsu pair. But Blaine looks to be building... Oh, I think you mentioned the Chitoi.
Ooh. 4-pin gets tossed back.
Khan? Dora Khan?
Oh,
flips Dora.
Come on!
The Khan flipped Dora for, okay.
Oh my goodness. And now Nathan cannot get Sanshoku.
And cannot get Dorotanki either. The South just came out. So all the value disappearing.
It's falling apart.
Oh no.
Oh no. Elwin still closed Ishanten, which is kind of insane.
So it doesn't really help this hand. Really needs 3-6 though. Blaine continues to hold on to that
Gee.
pair. That would make Elwin's life so much easier if it would come out.
Andrew notably cheating for a K10. Or cheating, excuse me.
Cheating for a K10 is like cheating, right?
It basically is.
Like free points and you don't even have a Yaku? What's going on? Oh, speaking of cheats for Tenpai, that could have been taken, but it'd be Huriten.
And importantly, draws into Tenpai on 2-pin 5-mon. Notably, 2-pin, pretty useless for everybody else. You see there's only one left in the wall, but if someone draws it, probably not using it. Oh, he finds the sumo!
Wall gives it
And
to the
after
one person who
all
can use
that,
it.
the 1K. 1K will end it all. And that monster hand from Elwin stopped at its tracks. Oh my goodness.
All right, Blaine's final dealership here in South 2 really wants to pull something together, at least to get ahead of
Ugh.
Elwin.
Yeah, if you see this opening up as Blaine, I think you're hoping for maybe 7-8 mon draw or double 3-pin for Epeko, and everything else in that feels pretty bad right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what draws I would cut away from this 1-2 shape completely.
Boom.
I mean, you might also just opt to cut a 1 and a 2 in order to play it as a penchant. I think that's also not the worst thing in the world.
Now, although the shapes have improved a little bit, you could end up going for that Epeko, as you mentioned, with the 3-pin draws, and all the 3-pin are in the wall.
It's true. You'd be able to cut the Conchon in that case. Not the worst, although that is one of your stronger shapes as it stands.
To the right, Nathan pulls in a 3-pin to fill the penchant. Has 2 Dora in the hand, but will need to reach you for this most likely.
Does have that east to try to catch people off guard. There is one drop, so there is only one east. Could find problems later on.
Yeah, East has a
Might even decide
Shabo.
to early cut him.
Of course, it's not going to be a Yakuhai, but if you end up on like Dora East Shabo, like you said, you could catch someone off guard with it.
Yeah, I guess depending on the threat assessment for everybody else on the board, might try to work towards that for the end. Ooh. Andrew's got interesting decisions here. Ishan 10 at the moment. Could, and this is a little bit weird, hear me out on this. Even go for a Sanshoku. For
Why?
3 Han with Sanshoku Dora Haku.
Why am I not surprised to hear a commentator suggesting that Sanshoku might be a play?
Drop like a pair
Drop
up,
a whole
or even
block.
pair up 5 or 6. Not a whole block. You pair up 5 or 6, drop a Ramen or a Kanchan.
That wouldn't be the first time you've suggested dropping a block for Sanshoku.
That being said, listen, the haters love to say don't drop a whole block, but sometimes, hey, it's gotta go.
Okay, well now we just have Tenpai.
Okay, yeah, you'll take Tenpai though.
6-9 pin.
Although if a door comes in hand, could be a bit of a problem depending on how later. Oh, that's Tenpai on Chitoy.
Oh, wow.
You can't reach out if you're Blaine, can you? Blaine shoves. Wow.
Blaine found a way to make something out of this hand.
I mean, I like the Chitoy Tenpai. I don't think I like the shove. It's like 5 and 6 mon are just so hard to get.
Yeah, 5 is not.
Oh, the North would have been hell weight, so you're probably not taking that.
From the defending player's perspective, 5-8 is a bad siege because it's round Dora. It doesn't matter. There's a small 6-9 similarly is around Dora, and of course more likely to put the terminal tiles than the central ones. But in the end, all it was a Ricci stick donation. And Nathan will take the dealership here in South 3. Dora held in hand could shift into Tanya later. Would love to pair that up. There's an backdoor chance at some type of Sanchoku, either 4, 5, 6 or 6, 7, 8. 6, 7, 8 may be looking more realistic with this 8-mon draw.
Yeah. Seems pretty good. If you get like a Ryoncon 4, 6, 8 too, it naturally works itself in the hand.
Really, any Tenpai is going to be good enough for Nathan.
Yeah, you want to start trying to cut distance to Andrew. Especially a big sumo here. You get Monkan sumo and you're right on their tail. Elwin on the left's not too much going down. Looking like a standard, probably Pinfu type hand. Maybe able to work a door in. Andrew across, much of the same. Not really much going on. Just standard Pinfu. Could opt to take a Shabo, but I doubt. Only clunky thing is you have that hanging Dora, which is a bit weird. You're not thrilled about it. And then Blaine on the left, really wants a Dora. Wants that 4-mon, wants to hit 7-mon. Other than that, not too much going on. Guess that's like 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku range. Not great odds, but okay.
It's been making some progress here. Ishanten
Ooh.
or Tanya Dora 1.
I mean, honestly, you hit 3-so, 4-so, you could even go towards Ipeko. Or not Ipeko, excuse me, Itsu. Although with that draw, you might, yeah, do just that.
That just gives
Still
you
try to
some...
hit 3, 4-so, but hit like Tanya Ipeko out.
You get a bunch more draws here.
Mm-hmm.
Onko of the 7-mon or 8-mon would be Tempai as well.
Yeah.
Blaine got the door draw that you mentioned.
Okay, that's very, very big. E Shanten? Yes, E Shanten. Unfortunately though, it's an E Shanten that doesn't build in that 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku. I think you want to fish for from Blaine.
Now
Oh,
this
that'll help
one,
though.
yeah,
Now
not
you
only
drop a, yeah, now you're in there. Okay.
Pum.
either draw
And I think
Dora or you draw a Sanshoku chance. But
we are going to see Tempai from Nathan though. Opened up, took the pawn.
Each.
Decided to get Tempai on 2-5. Fighting reach from Elwin. Waiting on 1-4
Gee.
mon. Pretty good wait. Still 2 1-mons in the wall. All 4 mons held in the hand.
Ichi Pinfu. So without getting the Dora, kind of limited in value. Uh-oh, there's a 5-7. This is Tempai, so...
Dum.
Gets shoved.
Only 2,900. Nathan will also pick up the Ricci stick. Andrew loses a little bit of the lead, and that's exactly who Nathan was hoping to hit. However, there still is a very large gap here. 18,000 points to catch up. And what do you know? That's the value of a dealer Hanemon.
Ooh, I don't know if we're getting it here. This looks like Reach Pinfu Dora. If I had to take a guess, although
Ricci Pots
you
Tsumo
keep
Pinfu
drawing into
Dora Ura.
Pinfu Dora. Could even go Richie Potts, Pinfu Dora, Sumo, Itsu. That's like Hanemon range. That sounds about right. Although the hands look kind of quick across the board. Elwin on the right has about 3 drops to get a quick Tempai, depending on what the draws are around. Andrew's pretty slow across, but Blaine on the left has a very, very quick hand. Debating on calling this tune. I think it's a good call here. I like just getting any hand I can now. I don't really think this is the hand I want to try to get 2k for. I think I'd rather try to do that for next hand, especially because then I get 1k sumo. And because of Oyakabari, I think it's just enough to pass. No, you're one. No, yeah, after the Homba, it would be just enough to pass if you win the one on right now.
Whereas you have to get a hand next time too. But at least when
Yeah.
you're in range, Elwin will be the last dealer. So even if someone else gets a Tsumo, maybe Oyakabari will be the determining factor there.
That's true. Manga and Sumo, you're getting past because of Oyakabari, and you will no longer be fourth. So that is a very, very big deal.
But the draws to the right have been very good. Shanten now.
Yeah. Ooh, cuts 2-mon. I feel like that was 9 mon.
Standard efficiency cut is 9-mon, but once again.
Yeah, I mean it's tough too because you see Blaine opened up for the Yakuhai too. So if Blaine calls like 9-mon Dora, all of a sudden you're at risk of being the only one under 30k potentially.
And at this point, Blaine could even be waiting for Dora Tonki.
Yeah, especially after that 3-so open up. Probably your best bet is to try to pair up Dora and then drop 9-pin, 9-pin.
Blaine on a Tonki wait now, so would be very happy to draw Dora and wait Dora Nobutan.
Mm-hmm.
Nathan has drawn sort of into that Itsu, but we'll aim for Pifu unless a 3-pin is drawn, most likely.
I almost, if I'm playing there, I think. What do you feel about dropping 8 so and waiting on 7 so just because it's CG to a tile in front of you?
That's an interesting consideration. Normally
I
you
mean, I
wait
don't.
for the more terminal tile, right? But
Oh, great recognition by Blaine there. Sees all 1-pins out and denies the no baton there. Very good eyes on that.
yeah, it turns out the 4-pin is just as good as the
Nope.
8-so. Now 2-5
But
on the other
2-5.
hand.
Yeah, 2-5 you're gonna take. I will take 4 tiles I can't see. That's pretty good. And as we can see, still 2 more on the wall. That one is worth it.
Nathan managed to dodge with the 2-pin cut early, just ahead of time.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, how about 5-8 Mon?
It is the
Closer to
same on the
Dora.
board and closer on the Dora, so I might drop 5 Mon here and hope that I don't get round off it.
One note that we are in the third row, and you sort of anticipate that you're not the only Tempai here in the third row.
Yeah,
It turns out that that actually is the case. Blaine is the only player in Tempai, and there's the 4-pin. Oh well.
happens.
Ishanten now for Nathan after drawing a Dora.
How are so many players still Ishan 10? I'm
Yes.
so surprised not one of these players has been able to find Tempai.
Andrew's gotten pretty unlucky if you look at his discards.
Yeah.
He's one good Mon draw.
Even
Really,
Nathan hasn't been hitting any of the round mins. Foreman comes probably looking for a pawn out to get Tempai there. Makes sense.
uh-oh, there's a winner.
It's, yeah, but Nathan can't get Tempai? No, can.
And not without a... Yeah, one more draw.
Yeah, would have to drop 5 mon. Does
Boom.
not
This
feel
is a pawn
great.
for Tempai.
It's Doraemon too. It's a little scary. This
Elwin,
she would do it. 5 would deal in though. Oh, great recognition by Nathan.
all
Decides
right.
to dodge possible Honitsu.
Yeah, Nathan does end up paying out 3k, but I guess
That's really bad for Blaine.
as a result, it probably would have been cheaper just to deal into Blaine there.
Yeah.
But yeah, Blaine ended up, not even winning the hand, getting the points, and not making up any ground on Elwin. So now
Now
Mongon Sumo isn't
needs, is
enough.
140 enough? No. Is 140 sumo? What is that? 13?
Yeah, 15 is the number of points that Blaine would get,
Okay.
plus an extra 7, so 22, still a little shy.
With sumo, that's good enough, right? On 1800 with Oyakabari, that's what for dealer?
50.
Like,
The gap is 27. 140 Sumo is only 22 exchange.
okay.
But, I mean, dealer might not even give that opportunity because this hand looks like it's progressing pretty nicely.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Ryan Shanten right now, a lot of Pinzu draws in order to reel it in. Geez, if I'm playing here, I might just consider going Toy Toy or Honitsu and shoving. Hoping I hit. Boy, Nathan's got a killer hand too. Anko the 6, 5, 7 to group with it. Some pretty good middle shape to draw around it.
Yeah, but it does really feel like it's going to end up being a Tanya only, which is good enough to confirm second place. Honestly, the gap is so large to first place that it's probably your best bet. Not willing to take the Ishan 10. Wants to the wider shapes here.
Makes sense. Try to
Oh, I'm
do
misreading that
something though.
shapes myself.
What do you even do? What is the play here? No one's drawing well. That's the one advantage for everybody on this table. Although that's the second Dora to Elwin.
Says
Throws it
no.
back. I might just.
You can one
Ooh,
pin
excuse
there.
me. Yeah, I was thinking justifying a 1 pin is pretty easy there.
Because you already have a pair in the fives. Now we're Ishanten for Nathan.
Yeah. You gotta cut the 4. Oh, what do we know? Just drawn to E-Piccolo.
All right, this is actually a route for Elwin to make some significant ground.
Very importantly, though, Andrew is very close to Tenpai on 8 pin E-Pico. Oh, and gets it out of the hand.
Yeah, 2-pin comes out just in time before Elwin gets Tenpai. 8-pin comes out before Andrew gets Tenpai. Everyone dodging around. This is another Tenpai for Nathan. Shabo, not amazing, but you can Dama it.
Yeah, I think Udama just prioritize going over 30.
Even the Richi isn't so bad because 4-pin is Nakasuji, but oh no.
リーチ
Yeah, it does decide to just take the Richi.
Yeah, maybe didn't spot the Nakasuji right away.
The other consideration is, do you believe the table believes in Nakasuji?
That's another very important thing. I know if I was on ladder, God knows, God forbid they check it against me.
Well, I know Blade knows about Nakasuji, and he might push a Tenpai if he gets there.
Yeah, but Blaine's also got to get there. I mean,
In
you're
4th
figuring.
place, you just gotta go, I think.
Well, the other important consideration is if Elwin wants to push in a little bit too. If Elwin deals in here, could fall right below Blaine.
That is a good point, and the 5...
Or even with Oyakabari too, could fall below.
Yeah, the 5-mon push sort of indicates that the dealer wants to fight here. So Blaine could take that into consideration and say, you know what, I don't need to fight here. Because either dealer would deal in and I'll get third, or dealer will be Tenpai and I'll have another round.
Yeah. Dealer Tenpai, you're not feeling great here. You're falling down a little bit more. You would get 1900 on the board for next round, but not the best case scenario.
Tenpai for Blaine. Could drop the 4 here for a Shabo, or the 6-pin for a 5. Wait. 6-pin is Gembutsu.
5's Naka though.
リーチ
6 is Gembutsu. That's a good call. Good call, Blaine.
Yeah, this is not going to
And
deal, and there's no Yaku for
yep.
Elwin. North. Once cut by the dealer.
5-pin Shabo. It looks
Sure.
safe, so maybe if we see like, oh no, 6 is not dangerous at all.
So I mean, looks. It's Suji created by Nathan's discard. Blaine has no soul cuts. So it looks very suspicious, but 3 so passes well. Is everyone going to be Tenpai? We're going to get there.
Looks like a
Do you
another stick
Kyoku?
on the board. I mean, it doesn't feel great, but we're stacking it up again. Now we got 2900 on the board. That will put us at 8k exactly for Blaine. So we only need a 1-han hand actually here. And that will be enough to pass Elwin for third.
A lot
even
of
on
players.
Ron of another player. Oh no,
yeah.
Andrew's got a loaded gun.
Everyone's actually looking
Oh
pretty
my
speedy
God.
here. Andrew, of course,
Yeah.
on the right, but also dealer with the Tanyao hand. And on the left, Nathan's got the Dora South paired up in hand.
Yeah, if players are playing for speed too, they might just opt to toss that immediately too.
And Blaine, a player who has to play for speed almost, has a Dora in hand to toss.
Yeah, I mean, could also play it as a Tonki, but it's looking like that's probably coming out at earliest convenience.
Yeah, when you've got 2 other pairs in hand and a Tanyao is enough.
I wonder if Blaine did the math right too. That could be another consideration. If Blaine misread and thinks that he needs 2k, that's also a very, very different situation.
Oh, the shapes are becoming more and more efficient. The South is the only inefficient tile in hand. And Nathan, actually, Ishanten here.
Oh no. Okay, okay. I see you, Andrew. Said I'm at 58k. I'll play around a little bit. Or 53k.
There's no Daisangan here, but Shosangan's a nice Yaku.
Yeah, really importantly too, pointed out
Home.
by Will in the chat, Andrew needs 240 sumo in order to drag Nathan down below 30k, which would be very, very big here.
Nathan, though, gets the south call for Tempai, and this Mongon Tempai waiting 5-8, but the
Oh,
8s are all gone.
this is huge. So it's just the 5. Problem is, Elwin's got one hanging in the hands. Will probably drop 2 in basically every situation. Can't really think of one where something else would happen. If
Con?
I'm Nathan, I might not. Oh, we threw it.
Alright, it's
Tuso.
Mongon. Didn't flip a door
Gee.
for himself.
Tuso is now Dora. That might be scarier to the other players on the
Oh,
table.
because Tusor's door,
Elwin might
that's where
drop
the 5
5.
comes
Home.
out.
Oh my.
That con allowed Nathan to win that hand. If the Tuso did not become Dora, the Tuso leaves the hand every single time. Wow.
That is something right there.
Con for flow indeed.
Con for trap. Oh my goodness.
And Andrew will take the first place, but Nathan a very strong second. Plus 16.8 is quite good. He played in third place, negative 19.9. Elwin finishes with negative 35.1. And that is the final game of their series here. Nathan, overall, in the lead in Division B3 with 4 games played.
Yeah, really important game for Andrew too, because Andrew was starting to fall behind in the stats. May have even been 24th at the end of week 1, but with that big first place is now starting to have not a great first session, but one you can work back from. Minus
Absolutely.
80 after 1 is a bit hard. Minus 48, you can come back for that.
All right. Well, it looks like there are still games being played. A1 in progress. And I think we'll shift there next. But again, it will take us a second to prepare the table. So we'll go ahead and take a quick break and we'll come back. We'll come back with that A1 matchup. It's going to be Lucas, Shu, Kevin, and Max. Very exciting table. See you then. All right, we are back. It's A1 matchup. We're sitting behind Lucas now, but let's go ahead and shift over. Shu, who is currently in second place, very close race for first place. Kevin on the right, Max across the table, and Lucas on our left now.
Yep, and bear with it a second while the stats page is updating correctly. There it goes. Ooh, Shu off to a strong start from these 2 games, from what it seems.
Yeah, interestingly, it was noted in the preseason show. One of the caster predictions for first place overall in A1 was true, and it is looking strong with 2 first places, catching up with Vincent, who had a dominating performance in his first 4 games.
Yeah, even Jonathan S. must have had a great first 4 games to be at plus 85. Like, plus 80 is a good session. I can't even imagine getting that in A1. That is crazy, crazy session.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this game shakes out.
It's an interesting spot because Max is the only one below 30K right now. And everyone's got a little bit of a buffer. Kevin notably is feeling a little bit weaker with that buffer, but still has a dealership along with Max after this one ends.
Yeah, these hands seem to be a little bit slow in building, except for the one on the right, Shanten for Kevin. Still holding
Yeah,
out.
could even open up Tanya there. Decides to pass.
Yeah, losing Ipeko feels a little sad when you feel like there should be some more 5-8 mon in the wall.
Yeah, I might be a little bit worried about. I guess that's a reason not to drop Dora here, but I'm getting a little bit scared of it. You know what I
Yeet.
mean?
Wow, just
Oh,
holding
but
the
Kevin
Dora
just
in
commits.
hand. Max will take the Ricci
Yeet.
Pinku here. Chased immediately by Lucas, though, with Ricci Nomi.
But on 2-5, which is looking much better than 3-6 right now. Actually, no, not even that much better. 2-5s on the wall versus 2-3s.
2-3s.
It's even.
2 versus 2 for these diamond weights, so maybe a slight advantage to Max in terms of value, but only just barely.
Oh, that's Tenpai for Kevin. Kendama has to push 7, so scary.
Yeet.
I mean, you could push 7, so you might as well just Ricci.
Yeah.
But
Now we go in. 8 mon. There's only 1 left of. Oh, Shu drops a 5. Drops a 5. Doesn't get it. Oh,
there's the 3. Max will win this one. Ricci, Pinfu, and nothing. Just 2,000 points, but the beneficiary of all of those Ricci sticks, and so all of a sudden Max is right back in it going into South 3.
Ooh, and this is not looking like the best starting high pie for Kevin. Very, very clunky. Can't incorporate Dora right away, but double penchant is not feeling great. Might even opt to play a little bit slower and try to keep some of those Yakuai. Hope to get a quick pair up to really increase the speed of the hand.
Yeah, especially if you had an advantage in terms of, a buffer in the lead, maybe you do that, but you're desperate at this point, and this is out on the Hutsu
Yeah,
pair.
that's what I'm saying though. Like, even if you play efficiently, this hand is just going to be struggling no matter what. That's why I might want to greed just one of the Yakuai and hope I can get it.
Does discard the South before Max pairs it up on the right. Max looking for
Is
double
important.
South Dora.
It's very good. And Ryan Shanten, even despite that, could take a Shabo on South Tuso later on.
Across the way, Lucas. Standard efficient cuts here. 2 Dora in hand, so definitely would love to win this hand. But 2 Penchant shapes not very strong.
Mm-hmm.
Probably start to cut away from one of them here. Maybe even work this towards a Tanyao.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you cut 9-pin there, I feel like maybe cut 9-pin, cut the 6-pin Sora actually, so you do want to try to lock that in as the pair. What an interesting spot.
Ooh, 7-pin draw.
Could even play greedy and try to fish for a 5 too.
I might even want
Then
to
just,
for the ability to open up for Tanyao.
yeah. I wonder if you draw 5 if you do that though, because you do need 3 5s for the hand can complete, but now it's only 2. That's a little bit better.
Ishanten.
On the left, Shu is very slow on the table. I don't think Shu has the speed to compete.
It is Dianchan 10, and the shapes are better than they look, but definitely a little bit awkward there. Ooh,
Yeah.
Another interesting choice for Lucas to drop the 9 now. That leaves the 3-5 as a Shabo, though. Sorry, 3-4 so.
Yeah, I like dropping the 4, I think. I think adding the 7 chi is pretty good. But dropping the 9 here just feels like you're just asking to drop a 6p later.
Kevin amazingly
Ooh.
got to the tempi on the 2-5 so. Those are being held right now. Only 1-2 so left of the wall and 2-5 so's.
No, 1-2 so, 1-5 so.
You're right. I missed the
It
one in
is
his own
not
hand.
looking good. Max importantly opened up for Atazuke too. Very interestingly, there's a 2-so. Shu has little investment in the hand. I doubt Shu will want to push this.
No, 2-so looks very bad on the board as well.
Ooh, and Max plays double south, so now just transferring to Tanya, maybe thinking that that is where this hand is going to end up anyway.
Tanya Dora is relevant here for Max, and if you could pair up the Dora, Tanya Dora 2, tempi.
Oh no, if Max draws 5 or 8, it might drop a 2-so. Actually, that's a tough spot. I don't even know what to do there if I'm Max.
It
Sumo.
doesn't matter. Kevin will just
Ooh.
draw the last 5 so for the
Sumo on the
Ipeco,
Ipeco.
and
That's
this is
big.
Hane.
Hane guaranteed. No error bomb.
Just like that, we have a clear first place. Kevin looks to be ending the streak of first places for Shu here, and that was really important because it knocks everyone below 30,000. It was such a close race at that point that not only was that 18,000 points, but also a temporary +5 UMA bonus. We'll see if Kevin can keep the rest of the players below 30,000 to lock in that bonus.
Yeah, I think one more sumo here, like if you can get 2 more K from everybody, you're pretty set here. The one really nice thing about Shu and Lucas being so close is they have a lot of incentives just to get 1K over another to try and avoid 5 UMA points. Obviously, it's a lot more points to try to get above 30, but if their hand can't really get the point values necessary to do that in all last, they might be fine just taking a 1K hand for that reason, or for getting a placement up.
Now, right now, Shu opening up here has the Dora, so if that gets paired up, could turn out to be 3,900, but also just has a pair in hand already, so it might just be Chun only or Chun Sanchoku. We'll have to wait and see where those other Dora are. I see one in the hand to the right, one across the table, so it seems unlikely that... Oh, but a Poland means that you could actually end up on Dora Tonki here, dropping away from a diamond shape. Kevin, our dealer, 2 away from Tempai. Max, probably aiming for Chitoi Dora 2.
Yeah, it looks about right. It's one of the only ways you're going to be able to play that north confidently, especially with those shapes in your hand.
Big upgrade for Kevin. In fact, just commits to the Pinfu / Tanyao.
Yeah, a lot more flexibility there. It makes sense. You have a Sanmen Chandra too. Can pawn 8-mon or 5-pin later down the line if you need to.
Yeah, sure, definitely going for the value here. We've got North Tonki on the horizon. Shunten now for Kevin. Oh, Itsu play. Oh my goodness. I thought we would see the Pinfu here.
Huh, that is very interesting.
That is a value play for sure.
Has to pick up 6-7. It looks good on the board right now. But a little far and it's a little late. I mean, notably, if you pick up 7 though, you get Reach Pinfu Itsu chance, which is very, very good.
7-7 actually quite strong. There's the Tempai. And all these players holding a pay. Lucas has been holding it. That is the hand that it doesn't fit into, but I think Lucas isn't going to be willing to drop this easily.
Oh, can even go towards Chitoi now too.
Yeah, I think
it looks like it is going to be a shift towards that.
Lucas recognizes that Shu could even be have a pair in hand, so it could deal into an Anko, like a Shabo weight, or it could be Doritanki because of the Anko high call. So I think we're going to see Lucas and Max and Shu all aiming for North Tonki.
Yeah, that might be the move. I mean, I'd imagine probably Max or Lucas pairs it up. And then if Kevin draws it, Kevin might just back away.
Ishunten for Lucas.
Yep, can still Tonki on the north.
With
Doesn't
14...
even need to put the Chitoi for it.
Yeah, with 14 draws left, everyone is fighting for at least Yukioku here. And with the type of tiles that have come out from Shu, I think players might even be just confident that it's a North Weight. And there's Tempai drawing the last one, and I think we're going to see a Ricci, or is it just Pin
You
Fudora
might
2?
Dama. Pin Fedora 2
Peach.
is pretty good this late.
Oh,
Ooh.
Shabo! Oh,
Okay. Okay, I see. That's a bold weight, Lucas.
8 was the Ipatsu tile.
Uh, I mean, is her danger sensed on the 6? I don't think so.
Kevin could have called that for K10 and declined. Maybe content to pass this dealership.
Yeah, I think so.
8 mon passes here, unless Max suddenly got into Tempai. That's certainly not the case. So we are going to do Kyoku. Wow. That got so spicy in the end.
And now here's the situation. Anybody who wins on board is going to be able to pass another, except for Max, who was just looking to get dealer repeats. Max with an alright starting hand, not the fastest. Lucas with very fast, has a Yakuhai collar. Pretty decent shape, honestly, all things considered around it too. Not the greatest in the world, but you can make it work, especially after opening up. Oh my god, Shu on the other hand has got a dream right now. San Menchon draw, double Ryoncon. Yeah, could even be is Ishan 10 right now. Hit 3-so, 7-so, you're Tenpai.
Yep.
Oh, and there's the San Menchon, that's so good.
Yeah, we'll cut to incorporate the Dora 246 Jiankon.
Boom.
Kevin on the left
Oh.
just wants this game to end, so could open up for just Tanyao here.
Definitely slower though, not going to be as competitive.
1 Han enough for Lucas to get over 30,000, so just Ishan done here for that goal.
Shu, if wanting now, I was going to say, could play 5-8 Nobetan, drop a 9-pin, and aim towards Tanyao. An interesting option. Makes it a little bit easier. Oh, hold on. Lucas, Tenpai on the 7-so now.
But
Oh, and that's going to be Tenpai from Shu.
Dama.
I get it. I do, but I think we got to make something work right now. At least scare the rest of the board back. You're still in second. As long as you don't deal in, you make it much more dangerous.
We might see a reach later for the Nakatsuchi trap, but didn't want to declare it immediately.
Maybe. Yeah, I guess if you get like a pair of 4, maybe even of 6, you take it. Try to catch somebody on the 9. Oh, there's that 5-8 Nobetan. I think that would have been good.
Could Chi here?
Oh no.
Chi.
Still maintaining Tempai, but now there's no Yaku.
You're gonna have such a hard time getting out of this though. You're just gonna have to play simple Tonki.
There it is.
Oh, never mind. Unless you get 2, now you're on 5-8. Genbutsu to dealer. Oh, that. Oh wait.
Oh, 8 deals in.
Oh, yeah.
Boom.
Just like that. We'll make it over 30,000 and in second place. Max fourth place confirmed. Big winner though, Kevin. That massive sumo at the end of the game on his final dealership will earn him plus 31.8, 7.84. Shu Lucas, negative 10.0. Max, negative 29.6 in fourth place. We'll get a quick update here as they have completed 3.
And they are going for the 4th. So it looks like we got one more locked and loaded.
Sweet.
Starting in 4 minutes just now.
Let's go ahead and pull that up.
It's going to be very, very exciting to see who comes out on the end of this. No one, Shu's definitely pulled away a little bit more, but hasn't quite gotten that huge lead like Vincent and Jonathan does. Going to be looking to match them by the end of this first session. Kevin also going to be looking to climb a bit more towards the 0 line.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see in these first couple of games how they've gone down. Of course, we know who won, but how exactly was it scored? In the first game, Shu won with plus 27.2. A lot of small hands here. The first couple hands, in fact, were just Ryukyoku's and very cheap hands up until Shu won a Mangan and then in all last another Mangan. Both of them Tsumos. And so that was how managed the first victory. In the second game, it was another closely contested battle, an 18.2 point first place for Shu. That means that the final score there was something like 33,200, so incredibly tight. The graph for that is almost straight lines all the way across the board. Again, a ton of cheap hands, and Ryukyoku, I think a 3 Han was the biggest hand in that game. And so this was the first game where somebody actually ran over the table. That was, again, the most number of
And
Han
again,
in
it
that recent
was,
game was 3 Han until that Hanemon.
yeah, I was gonna say it was just that one hand too, just that single Hanemon that did it.
So I wonder if it's a bit of a table dynamic that is creating this close match between the two. I know Max has a style that tends to play every hand and can open to shut down other players. Now, Lucas is well willing to do the same thing, and I believe Shu also not afraid to open up the hand and just prevent somebody else from winning a Mongon. And Kevin may be the one player at this table who really likes to stay closed and go for the big value.
You know what? I bet too, if I were to actually look at the full stats, we could tell that by looking at the participation call rate. I guess we don't get the stats for Shu, but Kevin, yep, definitely a much lower call player, only at 25%, sitting at the lowest right now from recorded A1 for last season. It's something to be said too that Kevin was in A2 last season, so a little bit of a different league.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, still lower call rate player. And then Max, what's Max at now? I think Max is a little bit higher.
40.5.
Yeah, that's the high one we're talking about. Lucas 40.5 as well.
So yeah, definitely the stats telling a little bit of the tale here for this table.
Or Lucas at 30, so Lucas not quite as willing to open, but
But 30 seems like a fairly standard, like 30 to 35.
yeah. Definitely not afraid of it. I will say that much.
Yeah, it seems like defense pretty strong at this table in the stats that we can see, and Lucas makes up for the higher deal-in rate with a larger win average and percentage as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very, very low deal-in average.
And the last season,
not ever checked big hands.
All right, here we go. We are underway for the final game of the A1 series and probably the final game of the evening for us. It's been a long one on this Wednesday night, and we're hoping for some awesome action in this last one.
And oh my, speaking of the action, listen, Kevin's hand, cool and all, super fun, right? But Lucas on the right, oh my god, Onko the Chun, pair the Norse, taking Dora right away.
Let's the twice cut south go.
Yeah, not playing that one.
Now twice cut east. The 6 mon not as helpful in the hand. Or say the 6-9 mon.
Listen, maybe a little presumptuous. If you drop 6 that early after 3, maybe you get a 7 later.
Oh, how do we feel
especially
about
if you pick
Sanshoku?
Honitsu. Sanshoku on 6, 7, 8, I can be down for that too. Same value. I'm good with that. Importantly, would have to cut double 4 so.
But this is a draw that might make you think back about Honitsu, and there goes the 6 mon.
Yeah.
You do lose some Dora acceptance here, but
You could also just Tonki or Shabo on the Dora too.
That's true. Well, Kevin's made some progress as the dealer.
Kevin's Tenpai, right? No, Ishan.
Ishan looking for 147 so. There are some extra draws into Tenpai as well. 3 so for Mon.
Yeah.
That would actually give Sanonko as well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Lucas continues to draw well. 9 so, 7 so pulled in. So now it will be the full-blown Honitsu commit.
That one's important. Yep, gonna pass the Chun. This hand's so close to close. Might even just Dama close, because it's still Mongon. Reach doesn't get you, or reach gets you 5, not 6.
Max making progress across the way. 2 away from Tempai there. Haven't seen the Hatsu yet because Lucas is holding on to it.
Mm-hmm.
Now on-con chance
Get another
for Kevin.
Very interesting. Just cuts fully away from the one as well. I guess fishing for that Sananko, or maybe even just a Tanyao out, like you were talking about.
It actually was Tempai if Kevin wanted to take it, discarding the 3-so.
Boom.
Mm-hmm.
But I said Richinomi?
Rishinomi.
I can get more out of
Yeah,
this.
exactly. You have so many draws that get you so much. It's not worth just taking Rishinomi.
There's Tempai for Lucas? No. No, that's just a
No,
shift.
not quite.
Is Ishanten for Chitoi actually? It's kind of funny.
Hmm.
Had this Anko tuned since the start and you might not even use it.
Chito, I need to. I mean, could also just go to like a Toy Toy route. Try to pick up some extra value. It's a
There's
little
last
late
North.
for
Boom.
it, but takes
This is-
Senpai, gets Toy Toy Shanten. Very fair.
Yeah, a lot of Fu here.
Yeah, 5-8, not looking great, but it's something. And like you said, lot of Fu.
Only 1 8-so left in the wall.
Boom.
Call the
Hey, one's more
Tempai.
than none.
That's a door 2 hand there. Tanya door 2, maybe 3. Remember, Lucas cannot use a door here, so that could deal into Mongon.
It's true. Lucas might also back off with Shun in that case, so I wouldn't be surprised from that.
Both door on the wall, and there it is.
Ooh, Cooker and Shu with a very confident lead. Or a very confident first hand to set the mood for the table.
Maybe a confident second hand too. We'll get to that in a second.
Oh, jeez, I wasn't even looking. Oh.
So we see a bunch of dragons all around the table, but the ones that are in other players' hands, Shu already has a pair of.
Oh my. Okay, I thought. My bad. I thought Lucas had double Ricci too.
That would have been insane.
That would have been a crazy start. So, very importantly to note, this again, I'm telling you, this is the perfect Daisongen hand, because what happens? Hatsu comes out. You can't call it. Nothing happens.
Max?
Okay, so Chun needs to get dropped. We need to draw one. We're not getting both. We might get green, we might get white. We're not hitting both. It's very, very important here that we draw one and get the other.
A little hesitation on that tone, like, do I have Tsuisu here?
The problem too is, like, these are A1 players. If you that's not quite Tenpai for Lucas. The problem is if like you draw a Haku Anko and then someone drops a Hanku and there's a pause on it at all, then they're gonna notice, hey, wait a second, why was there a pause on a Haku? That's kind of weird. Who's got that? And then if you see no greens or Haku out, you might start connecting the dots that you can't drop that. And you can't just turn off your calls because you need one. Oh! All this just for not even Tenpai. Still Ishan.
Choosing the Yaman chooses the door one just in case you don't end up getting the Daisongen. You still want to have the door, perhaps?
Yeah, it feels right.
Yakuhai, Shou Sangem, Koitsu Dora.
The people are gonna be scared of you no matter what happens. Although, importantly, now the North might not look so good. It is Shonpai, so no one's dropped it out yet. If someone draws it now, might set off some warning signals. Might get held. Is that Tenpai? That is Tenpai. 8-9 Shabo.
Kevin
Is going to
fights.
be taken by Kevin. I mean, Shu isn't folding.
5-so, 1 left in the wall. 8-so, 2 left in the wall.
Oh, 8-so could be double run on Daisongen again. Close reach.
Daisongen and Richie Dora 1.
How that ever comes out, I have no idea, but...
We have Daisongen Tenpai. Now you almost wish you were on the 447 Mon weight. Oh, there it is! No, you don't!
Oh, stop!
Daisongen for Shu. Miraculous hand here. And Kevin looks at that and says, that was my weight!
Kevin goes, it should have been me! Oh my
Boom.
god.
Lucas ate the dealer Oyakaburi. Can't you? Is this? Surely Shu doesn't get like Shou Sushi now, right?
Dude, no shot. Zero chance.
With the way this game's been going, I wouldn't put anything past him.
There's no way. There's a West in hands. Yeah, there's West Parent hands in Yaku. I see it. There's no way Kevin drops that. And now this game is completely different because
Oh yeah,
Lucas has taken an extra 8K
the
for
game
sitting
is.
in the wrong seat.
First of all, you have who gets second place, and then Lucas
Yeah.
has a big comeback because, like you said, he was just sitting in the wrong seat.
Yeah, should have literally waited the like 0.1 seconds so the game assigned a different seat clearly.
Well,
Manipulated the RNG.
I guess we gotta look at these high pie for Max. This is just Ishanten, but for Richinomi currently wants a 1-2-3 Sanchoku or 2-3-4 Sanchoku. To the right shoe could be Toy Toy, could be
Boom.
Itsu, could be a lot of things. Could just be south
Yeah,
only.
might even try to take this con too. Has those Norse ready to go at any moment.
I mean, you've got points to spare.
That's true. So you can do a bit of feeding nonsense. Oh, is that nope, not quite Tenpai.
It is Tempai, but as much as Max is a fan of the 3-pin, believes there's more value elsewhere, and this
Yeah,
certainly
you're
is
one off Sanshoku too, so
right. Sanchoku, but there's Pinfui Peiko as well.
yeah.
Kevin did open up on the west. Ishanten here. Lucas, 2 away from Tempai. Oh, there's the Toy Toy draw.
Ooh, that might be the toy toy you might con right now. Nope. Shoo, you don't want to take a save tile.
No.
Come
Shu
on.
wants more. We haven't seen a
Shoo,
Rinshan
let's
yet
get
this
a
game.
little greedy. Let's get a little
We
greedy.
haven't seen Rinshan yet.
Yeah, but we have to self-draw that, and you really need to take any of these that come out, especially if Tumon comes out. Like, if Tumon comes out, you have to take that.
There's the Tanya
Although we
upgrade
do see
for
it buried in
Max.
hand. It's a big deal. I mean, could even still fish around for 2-3-4 Sanshoku.
3-4-5, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe 3-4-5 at this point.
Oh, speaking of 3-4-5, there's a 5-mon drawn for Kevin into Shaw Tempai, I should say, waiting 6-9.
Eat.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Ooh.
Max will fight.
Fire back. Shu gets Genbu too. Now Shu probably not really wanting to con the north, but again would be super funny and clearly good for flow, as we've seen all tonight. 5's Nakasuji. Shu decides, you know what, while it may be, maybe I shan't.
Kevin drops the weight into a Shaba weight, can still improve with something like a redraw of the 4-so.
Yeah. I mean, 8 so's Genbutsu, so
Right,
makes
and
sense.
5-so is Nakasuji, so.
Yeah, don't want to overextend here for a 1k hand. I might even start folding out. Yeah, and decides to check the Nakasuji 5.
Yep, North comes out.
Fair. These are
Pretty
very
safe.
hard checks to make.
And there's a lot of tiles out for Max, but a lot of gaps in between the tiles that are still unseen.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we got 1, 6, 2, 3s left. 3 tiles, not the worst thing in the world, with 8 draws left.
It looks like these players are doing a pretty good job
Sumo.
defending. It's gonna have to be a sumo.
Ichibuku, Sumo, Tanyao. Misses the big Ura, but
Yeah, ended up
not
drawing.
too bad, all things considered.
Ended up missing the Peiko draw on the next turn, but you know what? You'll take your 78.
Ooh, interesting high pie 2 here. South's not Yaku high, so really needs that tune. Trade offer might ensue between these two players. Debated on going Atazuke there, but decided I don't want to tip my hand too early. Honitsu's a bit of a hard shift here, so I'll just wait, try to fish for tune out.
Yeah, unclear whether this hand wants to be Honitsu or not.
Ooh, it's not a terrible draw. Now I think you cut 7-9. It's very reasonable here.
To the
Different
right.
cross, shoe. Not really too much going on, right?
Yeah, very standard, not amazing shapes
Uh,
here. Dora 1, but you really want the 8-pin and soon.
hmm
Kevin across the way,
Kevin
Hatsu
knows.
pair.
Yeah, Hatsu, and then call and go. Try to work in a 7-pin to your hand if you draw it. And Lucas on the left's kind of the same thing. Call a Haku, work in a 7-pin.
His hand's kind of in similar positions.
I assume what's going to end up happening here is Max or Lucas are going to end up dropping their off Yakuhai. The other is going to pawn it and then drop
Pump.
the other's Yakuhai. So now the red comes, I would think.
Pump.
And counter pawns.
Trade complete.
Yep,
And
trade offer. We love to see him.
9-pin comes out because Max wants to guarantee Dora usage here.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was thinking you'd take the Shabo for the south, try and fish that out for the Nwit, but you already have that built in. If you draw around the
Pump.
7-mon too, you can just play the south as a pair.
First Hatsu gets passed. Call lag noted. Second Hatsu comes out. Insta
Boom.
clone.
Says if you want it, you got to take it now. You do not have more time to think about this. Open your hand up, sack some points, and take it, or do not play it in the hands. Ooh, now Kevin might be able to do a little toy shenanigans. 5-6, notably not very good toy callers. 8 and 1 so you can expect. Even with a 1 so already on the board, might feel it reasonable to play for the last one. I guess important to note too, Kevin could just decide I'm going to play this toy, and
Pump.
if I hit, I hit. If not, then I'll just fold out. If I'm going to play the hand, might as well get some value out of it.
Kang.
There's the con from Ishantem.
Ooh, 5 so. Now Dora, going to be harder to get for Max.
Helps
Although it
Lucas's
might
value
distract
up
from
by
an
1.
8-pin.
Helps Shu up by 2.
Yeah, she's going to have a tough time playing both those 5 so.
There's an easy shift for the 1-pin cut for Tanyao.
It's true. Is going to opt to take. Ooh, now all of a sudden we got 4 pairs. Opts to cut double 1 so. I don't know if I would have done that.
I think it's a little bit that Kevin just doesn't like dropping the 6 here and doesn't like dropping the 5-8.
Gee.
So what else do you have?
Yeah.
And turns out
I
the 6
think
would have helped Lucas out there. So
I might have been brave enough for double 6 there. Or at least single 6. And then once Lucas drops away from that, then being like, you know what? I can fold this hand out. So
to Dora,
probably the right
the
play.
weight changes for Max. It's now 7 on
7-7.
7-pin. And that's not in the wall.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
Unfortunately, if Max draws an 8-pin, that will actually deal in. Double. Well, not quite double, but
No.
Sumo.
instead,
I was gonna say.
Lucas gets the small.
Yeah, gets Dora 2 out of it. Pretty good. Gets into a 4K hand. Not too upset with that. Ooh.
I just kind of want to stay right here and see if Max gets a double reach.
I'm down for a double reach. And oh no, but close. And Suanko shenanigans, so I'm sure Max can be tempted by another 4 so for sure. Ooh, Shu has double tune too right now. Very, very interesting. Oh, Anko of the Dora tune, Jesus.
This
Oh my
game
god.
seems to be favoring one player. We'll see if this actually comes to completion.
Yeah, the demon's weighing heavy on Shu's back.
The other shapes, though, they're not amazing. And there are some decent hands across the board as well. 4 pairs to the right for Kevin. Chitoi not really the hand you want to counter Yakuhai Anko with. Max still searching out.
Ah, Max Sachs. Ah, man. You could have dropped 5 there. You don't need that. I know you want East Haku, but come on. Max is going to feel like a real doofus when he draws that 4 so.
8, unbeknownst to Max, 8-mon is in the wall somewhere.
8 so, yeah. How are the rest of those doing? 4 so, very much in the wall, as well as East and Haku. Well, there's the East. You could have passed first east though. Oh, passed anyway. Okay.
Home.
Pockets for shoot.
Yeah, she's surprisingly not even really with the best shape. Has good floaters, but still a much slower hand.
He shot that now.
It's true, but a bad Ishanten, you're either looking at 5-so Tonki or 6-mon Tonki.
How much do you want to show?
I might drop 6-mon here. Yeah, I like that. Drop 6-mon, work on the Pinzu, and then Khan once you're ready to Tonki game. And try and make everybody like freeze frame, or maybe even just try and bait someone into a reach. Wait until someone tries to do that,
Home.
thinking that you don't have Yaku, and then they can drop whatever you want.
Lucas finds Ishanten across the way for Tanyao. Tempai for Tanyao, trying to shut this down. There's the 8-mon.
There's the 8. Oh, there was a 4-so on the board.
Alright, this might be the place to con.
Yeah, you got the Nobeton, but it's not even good because all your 8s are dead, so you're just playing 5.
And all the 5s are gone too, so you're actually playing nothing.
Yeah,
Good
so
read by Shu.
not taking that.
Eat.
There's the Ricci from Max, finally.
Yeah, you might have to con here. Or she just throws down a Dora and everyone has to go, wait, what?
Oh, the 5 comes out.
Ah!
Instead, it's a Sashikomi.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like Sashikomi though when you had Dealer Mangan.
Yeah, I think that was playing a Genbutsu tile and it just
Yeah.
happens to deal into the Dama. I kind of wanted to see South push there. I think it was once on the board. Not great, but you got a lot of value in your hand. You're in the dealer seat too with that value.
Alright, well we move to South round now. Kevin Dealer has the East pair, can open up for East Dora 1. To the right, Lucas with reasonably bad shapes here. I looked at the
does
mods
have
and
a
like, this is
Chanta play.
okay. I looked at the rest of the hand
And
like,
then you check your
Kanchan,
hand, like,
Kanchan.
oh, maybe not. I mean, it has some interesting things. You pair a Chun, you get to go like Honito on the Manzu.
Yeah, this is a 1, 2,
You
3.
do still have a decent Chanta play too. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 Sanchoku, another great play.
Let's see, across the way, Max. Uncle 2 pin is interesting. This is actually 2 away from Tempai, but with Penchan, Kanchan, Kanchan. Well,
Yeah.
there's a Penchan.
Well, hey, Penchan, Kanchan, Kanchan, and one of the Kanchans you can play as a Ryoncon.
Interesting 3 cut.
Max, I guess, trying to fish for Shabo with 1 Mon. Fair enough.
We do know that Max likes to take tricky weights if at all possible.
I mean, it makes sense, especially when you're up against these high players. It's like, do I take the standard weight? If somebody wants to challenge me, they might drop it, or I might draw it, but they have to challenge me. They're not going to deal into it unless they have value. And then do they just get their weight
Well,
before I
Sadako
can do it?
is a way to do it. Just draws the 7 pin. I don't know how Max read that was in the wall.
Sure, yeah. Not Sananko, but waiting on Sanso. I'm not a believer of this hand, I'm going to be honest. I still see 3 in the wall, but nobody is going to drop this.
So at the time of the reach, there were 4 in the wall. 2 of the draws post-reach were 3 so. Only 2 left now. Richidora 1.
Still not an East out. Wonder if Kevin has to fight, right? South 1.
It's a very tense
3
game.
2's
For...
fair.
The hand's just so far away from Tempai, but you have 2 Dora.
I might, if I'm Kevin there, I might call that 8. Check 2 Mon. I mean, I think you gotta fight for it now if you want any chance at this game. You're kind of just succumbing to 4th, maybe 3rd here if you don't.
Shu has been playing very defensively after having won that Yakuman. Could have tried something like South-South, but instead goes
but probably would have led the 3-so deal in though. Down that route.
It's Ishanten if you chi 4-so and 7-so.
Oh, yeah. If you play one of the Onkos.
Right.
Yeah, that is crazy how you drop hots and draw South-South. Funny how that works out.
Geez,
There's what you were talking
9.
about. doesn't look the worst. Ooh.
Yeah, this is where we see
Yeah,
that
it's just
defensive play
like
come in. And East drawn by Kevin here, so this is
okay.
still
Ishanten on
Chitoy,
Chitoid too, yeah.
but now you have more calling outs.
None of your calling outs are like good though.
Yeah, at that point you're probably just going for Toy Toy,
Yeah.
and even the one so doesn't look good to come out. Doesn't like the look of the
He's
one
gonna get
pin.
thrown.
There's a full Kabe here, but only one of the one pin have come out, so maybe
I think I'd trust that. I think you kind of have to. You don't see any twos too, which I guess is the weird part.
I think against normal players you trust it, but against Max you don't.
Maybe. Oh, especially with 3-5 cut.
Out
Maybe
it
it's
comes
like
though.
a one Shaba.
And there goes the last three so, and that means that Max is drawing dead here. So Kevin doesn't know it, but has free run to just push everything.
Yeah, it can't be an Ishanten. Or will be is round Shanten right now. It can't even be in Ishanten after next draw. Or in Tempai, excuse me. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to deal in, but like for Kevin, if you back off here, you're kind of just succumbing to nothing, you know?
Yeah, it's I think one of the reasons that the East seat is one of the more awkward seats. You don't really want to be first dealer. And then here in the South round, there's still time to make up ground, so you're more incentivized
Back
to
away,
back
yeah,
away.
not
Yeah,
push for your dealership. But now you kind of just have to rely on a big Oyakabari to Lucas, or you don't want a sumo hand right here.
definitely possible with these hands. For Lucas, a little bit of an awkward starter here. Has door acceptance and a couple Yamen shapes, but the floors are reasonable too. You have a lot to work through, but most of your draws should be better than the tiles you currently have. To the right, Max. This looks like a hand. It's Ishantan already, with Yamen, Dian Khan, and two Dora. Across the way, that is also Ishantan. For Shu, we've got a headless shape here, so looking for a pair. No door in that hand though. Left Hatsu be a great call for Kevin, but Lucas managed to pair it
Yeah,
up,
if it wasn't Mochi Mochi.
so that hand might just get stuck.
Yeah.
8-1 helps Shu out. We have Pinfu.
Yeah, it'll help do some damage. I'm curious to see how Lucas decides to play this. Ooh. There we go. You can secure reach Pinfu.
Well,
Break your ground count here.
the one so came out already, so otherwise it would be Tempai.
Oh, yeah. Good point. May not even care about Furry 10. It may be a decent read just to kind of shove on this board.
Ah, I just need to redraw it.
Oh, just redraw it. I'm on 5-8. Well played.
Dama-10 here.
Makes sense. I wouldn't overextend if I was you. You really don't want to give the dealer like a big hand here and then open up Max to go on like a South 4 hero run.
Well, here's Max with a South 2 hero run. Pinfu Dora 3, Mangan Dama-10 as well.
3-6 mon. Oh, and Lucas getting ideas in the head. Said I've seen it once this game. What if we see it twice?
Not
It's dead
possible.
though.
Shun is dead.
Oh, I missed the tune, yeah. Ooh, Kevin recognizing some danger. Doesn't throw 6 right away. I guess just fitting in the hands with how it is.
Yeah, Max has just a ticking time bomb here. All the 6-mon drawn. 2, 3-mon left in the wall.
Yeah, 5-8, not much better. There's 1-5, 2-8s, so 3 left in the wall as well.
4 pins such an
Just
easily usable Dora.
2 versus 3.
That 5-mon helps.
Staying in hand.
Boom.
Not 2 versus 2. Oh! Okay.
Lucas holds all the good shapes, but
Max is
now,
upgraded.
yeah, has Haneban on Sumo.
Is it Hanemon on Supo? Reach Pinfu Tanyao Dora 3, right? No, that's Hanemon on Run.
No, it's
Oh,
a
no,
Damo.
no, with Reach, yeah.
But instead, the 8-mon comes out, and Lucas feels
Ah,
bad to have dealt into Shu here, but
but doesn't know about the Oyakabari saves
exactly.
with what Max was doing,
That
or
that was
Ron on that.
just a Sashikomi.
That
He'll
was the correct decision there.
look
Yeah,
back at
5
the
would have
log,
been
and
so much worse.
because there's a decent chance that he might try for Chitoy, or no, he already called it Batoy Toy, and if that's the case, 6-mon just comes out and deals in.
Yeah.
So Max now, even Dama wasn't good enough. What can you put on your dealership here?
Not great. You're probably just hoping for a Pinfu here. You may have an E2 out in one of the suits. Probably preferably Manzu. But
You're just flexing
it's
everything
not looking great.
and just seeing what comes your way.
Yeah.
Everything except
Alright.
for honors.
Yeah. Honors don't need those. Not hitting Yakuaz now. Shoes not doing much on the right. Luckily a slower hand for the rest of the table. Bit more passive. Maybe able to Dama Pinfu here.
Yep, seems about
Kevin
right.
across. Not really doing too much either.
Door
Playing probably
acceptance.
Pinfu.
I mean,
Reach something. Nah.
here in South 3, Kevin's looking at the gap to Kevin say, to Lucas and saying, "This is realistic. I don't even need a bomb here. Even reaching Nomi might be good enough for me at this point."
Yeah, you might have to just open up a ticket, put yourself at the risk. On the left, Lucas has Chudora, has some decent shape in the hand. Quick Hatsu too. Might cut pinch on 8-9 here. We'll see that.
Don't. I wonder if Lucas draws, say, 9 so, or 1-mon, or 2-mon, or something, if there's ever a Chitoy play.
Maybe. It's an interesting decision. It does get you the Ishan 10 if it's on like 2 or 1. I guess the thing to think about is Hatsu is it's Shonpai, right?
Chi.
Right.
Is that the correct term? Yeah, it's Shonpai right now. So even if another player draws it, not only could you be Mochi Mochi, if another player draws it, you might be in trouble because they might not even drop it. And like your end weights are all terrible.
Chi.
Lucas thought a
But
long
just
time
gonna
about that
fight for
call.
Otozuka. It's fair. It's correct from what we see too.
Desperate to win this hand, though. Has a Chanta backup here. That's the plan.
That is true, Chanta back up, but there's only 3 more 1-pin left, so
Chi.
one more of those hits the ground and you're in a bad spot.
He shot 10 for Shu Tanyao Dora 1. Currently. Could be 2 if a 3-pin comes in as the winning tile. Max has been Ishunten for a little bit, but drew that Dora. That's a difficult push against an open Tanyao.
Yeah, open Tanya, and you see like maybe a early Sanshoku with 1-2-3 on the left too. Dora does not look good here.
Huge draw for Max would be anything 2-pin, 4-pin, anything around that Dora.
Yes, absolutely. Maybe even like a 9-mon or something just to play the 3-pin as a Tonki. I think you just want to get to Tenpai here, so I don't hate going for that. Yeah, even 4-so 9-9 drop here is not the worst.
Oh, Tempai. Well, now you just take it.
Speaking of which,
Yeet.
you might not drop 3 still.
No, you
Nope,
do.
yeah, I couldn't take 5-8.
Reach Pihu Peiko. It's enough to fight with here.
Home.
Lucas will call.
Probably has to drop 1-pin here. Yep. Ooh, there's that 8. Shu's the one player who can back off though. Does play Genbutsu 6. Probably not gonna drop the 4 here, because I feel like 3-3-4 is fairly likely, right?
3-3-4.
So
It's
you
okay.
skip a Shabo to take a Ryanman.
But I think
the thing is, like, no one's playing the Dora, so you're playing the other side of the Shabo, but if you drop the Dora, people might be more willing to drop around it, because you're sacking value, so... If Max is thinking that, or if you think Max is thinking that, then you might be a little worried. You still don't see any Dora, too.
Huts is finally drawn by Kevin. Ooh, I was wondering where they were. Still one left in the wall, though.
Yeah, it could be enough to dig out. Kevin trying to make a Ryukoku play. Except still not even far
Oh,
enough.
there it is.
Ah,
Yeah, not gonna get
yeah,
there.
probably, yeah,
Keep
2.
it safe.
Genbutsu 2. And
Yeah.
2 Sos Genbutsu. Wow, nobody in Tenpai except for Max.
And Max has had a couple hands back to back that are super strong. They just the wind doesn't come. Feels like it's bound to break through eventually, but
I mean, here's the thing though. Max is all of a sudden is real close on the border of 30K, which is a big deal.
also a big deal is Lucas drawing an Anko of Dora and an Anko of Sixo.
Ooh, some Yakuhas for coverage. 8-mon and 3-mon pair. Okay.
This could be
I'm not gonna say anything. Nope. Not gonna say a word.
no. This looks like a Tanya to me.
Nope. That's what I'm saying. Just a Tanya, nothing else, officer. Please keep it moving. Nothing to worry about.
Max again playing that game of holding everything open until you draw a useful tile.
Yeah.
Shu has 789 Sancho possibilities, but having the 7-pin Anko kind of hurts with that a little bit. Maybe it's just
I mean, you
cheat
could always
toy.
play it as a pair too. That's not a terrible plan whenever you have like a 7 Anko with the 8. It's, and then I guess you call like the 1 so and you drop 5. Kind of feels bad, but yeah, you also have cheat toy. If you draw a little bit better, toy.
Yeah, this 9
Is
mod
that
is now.
Ishan 10? Is that 5?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that's full commit too with the 7p drop.
Kevin across the way, also Shanta now.
Ooh, Max is getting towards Tenpai. That's a big fill-in. Creating an e-pick opportunity too for Adama if wanting to take. I can't imagine you'd ever want to take Adama here just because dealer reach is very threatening to the board. Although if Lucas has a giant hand like that, nothing might matter. 3-mon is dead. Checking back up on that. 8-mon is still 1 in the wall. For those of you curious.
Now Lucas is just willing to accept any type of Tanya here. Might even call a 5 so if it comes out.
Yeah, I would imagine player floaters.
Ooh, another big fill for Max. Ishanten now.
It's big. End weight still doesn't look the best. Probably Kanchan on 4. Importantly, though, that would be enough to break Lucas's hand, unless his 4P lose this hand or this turn.
Yeah, a lot of times you would do it. There's only a second guess here because 1 mon is potential Hootie-ten in the future. But 4-pin comes
Yeah.
out anyway.
I mean, I'd imagine if you're Lucas, you're kind of just hoping that 8-mon calls and then you drop 3-mon, right?
Yeah,
That
exactly.
makes sense to me. Ooh, hold on. Or you get
Peach.
Tenpai here. Yeah, just decides to shove. Can't take Tanya, so. It's
All
Dora
right.
3, you're taking it.
Ricci Dora 3 is perfectly acceptable here. 2-5 looking amazing in the wall as well. 6
Oh, so
tiles.
good. 6 this late is big deal.
But everyone here can use a 5. Everyone can use a 5. A Dora draw for Kevin. That's the last Dora.
There's a 5, but
Here's
fits
a
in the
2.
Shoe's hand. Fits into Kevin's hand.
Kang.
That's con number 1.
Oh, there's a
It
2
doesn't
mon
go
that does
anywhere.
not fit.
What's the read? 3, we might have to Tonki on it. God, 9-6 doesn't even look good here, though. Oh, 9 looks good now.
Out it goes.
Yeah, the one thing Max doesn't want to do is play something stupid and trade Mongons and potentially lose
Chi.
second. That would be very bad. You can pay Ryukoku, catch up in South 4.
This is Tepai without a Yaku for Kevin. Still could win on Hote
Fair.
though.
Yeah, just playing for K10. Hote as well. Can't take the 9 so Shabo, that would be free 10.
Don't want to push Dora anyway. 7 so was a push.
Oh,
5
it's
so was a
free 10 no
push.
matter what, actually.
Yeah, you're right.
I didn't even realize.
So cannot win on Hote then. Needs the draw to be shifted somehow. Pon Dora Tanki?
Yeah.
That would be fun.
That That's an option. 5 is safe.
Sumo.
Oh, but it gives them sumo.
Oh no!
And all of a sudden it's revealed. Oh!
That's in the double Dora Paimon. That's actually so big. Now
It's
Max
second.
is on
Yeah,
chopping
it's
block
second
for a
for
second.
Lucas.
Oh my god, Lucas might be able to get above 30k too.
Lucas took the Yakuman Oyakaburi. This time it's Max taking the Baimon Oyakaburi. And
So I'm wondering what Shu does here too. Do you just fold out and say this is last hand?
I mean, you can take as many points as you want from this table.
That's true, but it's whether you want to. I guess if Lucas is pushing for Ryukoku, once you get above Ryukoku, once you get above or you push Lucas below 1500, you probably fold out, but here
I mean, if you look at the hand,
you want to still play a hand. Yeah, it's a good hand too.
It kind of says it's kind of telling you to fight, but you'll reevaluate at each stage of the game as we enter the second row for sure, midway through the second row. Sort of get an indication of where everybody is, and if you sense any danger, we've seen Shu playing very defensively. We might see
Shu
that
might
here
just
last
completely
round.
back out, even with good shape or a Tenpai.
Oh, look at this. Lucas pulls in a nice penchant fill. It wasn't the Dora penchant fill, but it still is Ishanten for Richi Pinfu.
It's very big.
And even
Yeah,
Dama Pinfu is enough.
what really, yeah, Richi Pinfu, Dama Pinfu, even an Ipeko would be great here. You can potentially go like a 9 Shabo or some really sneaky wit.
Tianchen for Shu.
Ooh. It's an interesting draw. You might just have to throw that back if you're Lucas. It's going to throw south for now. Max has nothing going on too. I think Max is cemented third here. Unless Kevin hits like a hero Hanemon through some way.
Oh, big draw.
Ishan 10. What's the move?
Door connector. This is the most efficient cut.
It's fair. Can play Kanchan Ryanmen, decides not to. Wants to keep Shabo or Kanchan Formon alive.
Dama for Lucas. 3 tiles
It's
left in the
Dama
wall for this
Pinfu.
Pinfu. Oh, do you cut 7-7 or 3-3?
Oh, you cut 7-7
yeah.
and it deals in. Wow. Lucas does it. Huge.
That's
From the
not
pits too.
that's
Oh
not
my
just
god.
a 2,000 point loss for Shu, but actually like 7,000 because you don't get the bonus Uma. Still an
Oh,
incredible
yeah.
result. Plus 45.5 one game is amazing. And it was the result of a Dai Sangen Yakuman for Shu. For Lucas, big win in that final hand. Final 2 hands, in fact, to make it over 30,000, positive 6.7. Max takes a third place, negative 14.4, and Kevin, large hit at negative 37.8. But oh, we saw the fireworks in this game.
Oh my god, yeah. Daishan again live. You'll love to see it. Brett, I feel bad. Brett probably went to sleep because of how late it was before seeing that.
Oh, what a shame.
What a shame. He'll check the VODs tomorrow and be
Yeah,
fine.
I'll make sure to
It'll be
tell him.
like Christmas morning.
We've got one more standings update, and we're gonna have a new leader in A1 once we do get that in there. Somehow, a player managed to beat Vincent's 94.9 session with almost 100, 98.7 for Shu in session 1 of A1.
Yeah, it almost 100 to start off. That is a strong start to the season in A1 especially. It's kind of crazy. We have 3 players above 80 after the first session.
Yeah, it is pretty insane. Still 2 tables yet to play any games. I believe
Yeah.
one is scheduled for Friday. And
Well, which one are you in? Because I was gonna say you're one of those tables.
Yeah,
So
our games will probably be on Sunday.
I see.
Yeah.
The Lord's Day, a classic.
It's been difficult to, everybody's working around each other's schedules, and we always find a way to make it work. But yeah,
That's the way to do it.
what a great night of mahjong that we've had, and all around the league as well. Got to catch some A2, B3, A1.
Yeah, we saw some absolutely insane games today. We saw we saw the A2 fireworks game, just trade-in hits back and forth. We saw that fun B3 table. And then, of course, this very explosive final Hanchan for A1.
Cannot wait for the next one, as this will be the final game of the evening for us. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Hopefully you had as much fun as we did. If you feel like you should be a part of the league next season, there certainly is a way to do that. Just visit the website americanricci.org. There you can sign up for the fall sessions. There's ways to go before that season starts. It's all the way in September, but you can get an early head start on that and maybe act as a substitute in the future. If you're also interested as a player that's eligible for the American Ricci League, you might be eligible as well for the IORMC International Online Ricci Mahjong Competitions. Registration for that, for those qualifiers, are also on the American Ricci website. Make sure to visit our Twitter as well. Lots of information about the league itself on that website, as well as whenever we go live. Be sure to follow us on Twitch as well. I'm not sure when our next broadcast will be. I do know for sure that we will have one next Wednesday.
Yes, every Wednesday, usually at 5 PST, 8 p.m. EST. That is a very constant, may start a little bit earlier sometimes, depending on games. Make sure to hit the bell, too, if you want a reminder. Hey, we're going live. It's Twitch. Does it always work? No, not really. But never know. Could come in clutch.
Absolutely. And you can also subscribe to our YouTube channel, tinyurl.com/ARMLY2. If we get enough subscribers, we can get something other than a tinyurl link for that.
Man, you know what would be cool? If I could rewatch that Dai Sangen, but not on Twitch. I wonder if there's a place I could do that.
Absolutely. All these VODs will be uploaded to the YouTube channel. You can not only watch this Dai Sangen, but also all the other Yakuman.
What? You're telling me I can watch that? Can I watch the Baimon from earlier, too, on the A2 table?
Absolutely. It was a ridiculous Baimon, too.
Oh, my God. The sleep aid for the next week and a half is going to be amazing. Oh,
absolutely.
Big hands to build flow for the next day. That's how you do it, folks. Flow tip for you.
Well, any final thoughts here, Harrison, before we close it off for the evening?
I mean, listen, I said it was going to be a wacky, crazy, zany night of Mahjong, and I'm going to be honest, didn't expect for it to be this wacky and zany, but God did it deliver. And nothing but more of that as the season, goes on. The start of the season is the least exciting part of the season, which is crazy to think about. I'm scared for what Session 6 has in store this time around if this is how we're starting.
Absolutely. The league continues to grow. The excitement continues to grow. The followers on our Twitch stream continue to grow. We've hit 400. So thanks everybody for checking us out. And hopefully we have many, many more to come in the future. Well, Harrison, it's been an awesome evening. Look forward to broadcasting with you in the future. Thanks everybody for tuning in. We'll see you in the next cast. Have a good one.
Take care, y'all. Have a good night.